How about this then? One of our Nostalgia Pro Stock bikes.
That's Claire
That's
Rule,
Claire
I think,
Rule.
yep.
Yes, it is. He's in 5th gear by half track. That's incredible. 854, 151 for his opener.
That didn't sound perfect at all, did it? It still sounded like it was a bit missing.
Cracking run. Obviously, we've got Keith Lee with us this weekend. Look forward to him multitasking, shall we say. He takes photographs with one hand and he's commentating on the microphone with the other one and manages to follow everything.
I don't think he's going to be joining us after what I sent him the other day.
I've seen the post from Andy to say he's on his way. So.
Yeah, I know, it's not that. He just said, I just sent him the traditional message at the beginning of July, say looking forward to seeing the weekend, whatever. And I said, he said, hearing you on the mic takes me back to being young again. He goes, making me feel even more ancient. Cheers. And I said, I'm reading this out, whatever. He said, I said to him, no sympathy. I was a kid in primary school watching then, and now I'm 50. At least I can remember it for now. And all he said to me was, what was your name again? Which is rather pleasant, isn't it?
Oh, dear.
So, Jacqueline, who in 34 years' time, there or thereabouts, Jacqueline will be as old as I am, and she will be probably commentating on a nostalgia event from this era. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Do you know, that is the funny thing though about nostalgia drag racing events, is that there was a big debate in the US especially about funny car bodies for nostalgia funny cars. The reason being is because a nostalgia era should move along with the time.
Yes,
if that makes any
I
sense.
understand. Yeah,
the timeline should go like let's just say everything is 50 years ago, and then it moves forward.
Yes, yeah.
The big problem with that is there were an awful lot of aerodynamic advances and things like that in the 80s, specifically in the US.
Yeah.
That the bodies would then start looking much more streamlined.
Yeah, but it's just like obviously when Kenny Bernstein was starting to put bodies. I think it was the Ford Tempo. Put it in a wind tunnel.
It was indeed 1984.
Yeah, had the wheel arches with the nips and tucks.
That's it.
It just became aero, and then I think that's when he hit the 260, wasn't it?
He nearly beat Joe Amato.
He did. Yeah, it's the same event, but Joe did it first, didn't he? Yeah.
God, we're old. 1984 Gator Nationals.
I know, God's truth.
30 blooming 8 years ago. There we go. And then the year that was when he still had the short, stubby tempo.
Yeah.
And then it was 85 where he actually stretched it out, 40 inch nose overhang at the front, that kind of thing. Yeah.
God, yeah. Neil Francis once again with, guess what, a Plymouth in Nostalgia Superstock. There are other brands available, but just seems to be a Plymouth benefit at the moment. And this 39 Ford, it's beautiful. I want it. Can't afford it, but I want it. Both of them going 12.3s.
Well, burnout competition could be any time of the weekend, so that's a good starter.
Now this, I think, is the truck back at the Nostalgia Nationals that we had a part up here on the racetrack, and it was off his carburettor. And
it was the thing that went.
Yeah,
is that what it was?
It was off that vehicle, and it was off the side of the carburettor.
Thought it looked like that, but I didn't want to embarrass myself.
It was identified by
nothing about engines.
I think Tony Morris identified it, and then it was discovered it was off that truck. I'm sure it was, but they got it back, and obviously it was the reason why it wasn't running so well at that event. But yeah, got it sorted.
Doesn't hang about at all. Goes 10.16 at 120. Is that 129?
128. Near as damn it, yeah.
Good as, yeah.
Both in the 10s there. 10.93, 123. Yeah, it's Stuart Smith who just went through there because this was the post back in the day. Big thanks for finding this. May go quicker than a 9.8 next time. Great day in a new PB. Is this yours then, Stu? He said, yeah, came off at the track. So, yeah, it was Stuart Smith. So, that was the one. Yeah. Bizarre things happen here. It's the Barnett and Grant Falcon.
One very successful car, that one. Is that Martin Hallam McKinn going back to the pits?
It is, but have you noticed the engine?
Yeah, looks a bit
got a blower in there now. Thing flies.
Is Jimmy Hibbert back with the other 33? Because Jimmy Hibbert was one of the first guys to have about 20 plus years ago. Actually, it was probably late 90s. Actually, Jimmy Hibbert built the Boston Brawler.
Yeah,
and I think he's got it back again.
The trouble is with Nick, he just needs one run. He's set for the weekend. 1150, 117. So watch out for the consistency from that car.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Oh,
Especially
Georgina.
if your name is Georgina.
Yeah.
Steady.
Well, she's got in the 10s in this car. She wants a 9 this weekend. That is her mission.
And to say she's excited is...
Well, there's the brave soul letting the car go for the weekend. Good old Phil.
Blimey, Steve Johnson's in a run what you brung as well, with a slingshot. That'd be cool.
Track time.
So yeah, I think, to be honest with you, it's even been renamed George's Toy. Oh, and Andy Park coming round as well just after. Excellent. So, Georgina, this car normally runs in Super Pro T, which is one of our big bracket classes in UK drag racing. Normally does run down into the 8.7s or thereabouts with the man standing at the side, Phil Toppin driving. He did actually have this for sale for a little while, didn't he?
Yeah, but that for sale notice is long gone.
Well, I thought when he had put it up for sale, I thought that's Georgina's chance of running a 9 or even an 8 gone. I think she secretly does want to run an 8.
Deep on this one.
Getting back used to it, I think. .11.69 at 127. So it is Andy Park with the Model A from up there in Scotland, the twin screw U. Because it has a twin screw-blown small block Ford in there.
Look at the size of that wheelie bar on there now. That is a lot bigger than it used to be.
I also love the fact that it's actually still got the spare tyre on there.
Yeah, that's cool. Andy has been in the mid-9s with this car.
I think it's 963 still.
Yeah. No, he's done a 59, I think.
59 now, wow. One seriously quick little car. That'll be another 9. A 996 at 134.
Yeah, I need to double check. I think you could be right actually on the 63 with Andy Park. I just had a sneaky suspicion he'd done a 959, but could be wrong.
Right, Phil, you've got to tell us whether you can get Georgina can get her helmet off through because it's smiling too much underneath. She's probably got her teeth sticking out all over the place. She did very well. Look forward to seeing a bit more of that. So, Stevie Johnson with the Motor Mouse. This car debuted in the hands of John Webster a number of years ago back at Dragstalgia in quite unique fashion, if you remember.
Yeah.
He absolutely nailed it. It hooked up and went, snapped the wheelie bar, came down with a thud, and well, you know what John Webster's like. He would have built it and fixed it the next day, but unfortunately he came down. He knocked himself out, I think, didn't he? When that happened.
Right. Well, it didn't have
Bit
the
his
wheelie bar.
tongue.
It just had the little wheel under the back, if you remember.
Yeah.
It then had the wheelie bar, which obviously, like Steve Johnson's got now.
Steve has actually folded the
he
wheelie
has,
bar on the back of this as well. The trouble with this car is it's almost too good at weight transfer, which is the whole idea of a slingshot. Gets too much traction, hits the wheelie bar, as we call it, which unloads the rear tyres and makes them spin, which is what Steve's had a lot of trouble with. That's more like it. Whoa! Big wiggle just before 330. Still goes 852 at 155, on and off the throttle all the way through. That was a nice launch, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one run it did actually go with no problems at all. He went 699.
He has, yeah. He's been in the 6s finally, which is where he's always wanted that car to be.
He did that in his old rear-engine car a number of times when he was running in Super Pro, but not in the slingshot.
Right, the track is Rich Butcher's for this moment. Nobody in the other lane. One of our Wild Bunch entries. .1406 at 114. All right, Kevin Melling, another one of the old school stockers. His first run of Dragstalgia 2022. We've got 8 of the old school stockers booked in for this weekend. We're seeing Claire Rule go straight into the mid-8s off the trailer. Let's see what Kevin's got for us on the Kawasaki. A lot of these guys only run once a year anyway. Oh, that's sounding excellent. 936, 131 miles an hour. Right, 32 Ford sedan in the Auto Glim lane. And, oh, a car that's been around donkey. That's a car called Opus 1. And a regular at these meetings. And definitely trying to get into the 15s, I think. This runs consistent 16-second passes. But the history of this car, and because the same driver has driven this car all those years. There's always been his car. Over 40 years, approaching probably 50 years with this car. And I've obviously got the numbers wrong because that's straight into the 14s this weekend. My goodness me. What am I on about saying 16s desperate on a 15? That's gone 1478 at 88 miles an hour. Need to recheck my records. That's fact. I might even have them because I do start to make notes in my book these days. If I can find it. So Katie Booth with Mighty Mouse in the Gasser Circus, going alongside Billy Jones with the Willis. 22 cars in Gasser Circus entered for the weekend. And about 10.60 for Billy, 10.45 for Katie. Now, this is something very, very different indeed. I didn't know anything about this, but many thanks indeed to Ian Blackett from Blackett Photography, who's basically sent me the information on this one. It's a Humber Pullman. It's an ex-limousine. The current owner did the roof chop on this vehicle. And it's just absolutely staggering. You will not see a vehicle like this probably anywhere else. I've never seen one before. And if it wasn't for Ian Blackett sending me the message and telling me about this, I would not have a clue what the car is. But it's a Humber Pullman. Always good to have people like Dave Rudd coming up and give me what they're up to this weekend. So thank you very, very much indeed. You keeping well? Good man.
2 today, hopefully.
2 runs today. We love you even more. You just doubled up on the love there, mate. Well done. So yeah, and yes, that will do very nicely indeed. Right, the Pullman going alongside Ian Smith with the chopped Morris Minor. And if you have a look inside that car, it is nowhere near original. More moved around. Ian has to sit very low and towards the back. And that is a 12.99 at 104. And the Humber Pullman Limo, 17.10 at 78 miles an hour for the big old limo, a big vehicle. Rachel, I've read it I've read it now. Very nice indeed. So Richard Warburton with Prozac, Rachel down there on the start line as well. So this one entered, of course, into the Willis Wars this weekend. And of course another one from the Nostalgia Superstock. Glenda Thompson. So what's Richard got for us then? 11.50 at 119 miles an hour. And a 14.32 at 97 there for Glenda. Well, 11 o'clock in the morning here at Dragstalgia. Day 1 of 3. And those of you who've been here since the crack of dawn, the Vintage Fair opened an hour ago and Fuelers Bar opens in an hour's time. We have a lunch break at 12:30, so you've got an hour and a half of on-track action, then we have a half-hour break, and then the Run What You Brung will continue at 1 o'clock till 4:30, where our track crew will stand down for half an hour, and that is basically when Run What You Brung will finish, which is at 4:30 today. So just a reminder, if you get hold of your race weekend programme, tells you everything you need to know about Dragstalgia, what's on where, what's going on at various locations. And also, you need to visit the pod shops because they have not only the FIA Championship range of clothing in, we have the Dragstalgia t-shirts. A really, really cool t-shirt this year. Limited edition because basically sizes do sell out quite quickly. So get hold of the Dragstalgia t-shirt. There's a few to choose from actually looking at this. So get into the Santa Pod shop, go and get this year's Dragstalgia t-shirt. Oh dear, Mike Dandridge down there. Oh God, no. Not on the first run of the weekend, please. I hope you've got Driveline. Oh dear. Mike comes up to all the Nostalgia events. I believe he drives the car here as well, actually. Oh dear, but there's the prop shaft. That wasn't part of the plan. Oh, it's totally taken one end of the prop off completely. I know what that's like. I've had the same thing happen to me, but unfortunately mine happened at the shutdown area. Got it for you, Mike. But I tell you what, that is one trusty steed you've got there. That is probably the first time I've ever seen him had a mechanical issue on track that has prevented him from running. Mike. Sorry, buddy. Gutted. One of those things, but as I say, it's a trusty steed. That car serves you ridiculously well. Karen, a very good morning to you down there. Good to see you back at the track as well. I haven't seen Karen for ages, but she's here this weekend. Well, hopefully it's just the prop that's gone. Fingers crossed it hasn't taken any of the transmission with it. And you never know, stranger things have happened. Might be able to get something sorted out on that, but obviously these props are specific lengths for specific applications, and obviously we need to check the, Mike will need to check the yoke as well, make sure that's a-okay. But that is one cracking tri-Chevy, it really is, and I know it has a lot of street use as well as coming to the track. So they get that car back to the pits, they'll have a beer and they'll have a think about things, and then a plan will be put into place. But, fingers crossed they can get that sorted out. It'd be mega if it's done this weekend, but let's just see. Right, we continue then back on track. Chris Todd. '63 Chevy Biscayne, Damien Halliwell. Haven't seen this car for a few years. Did take part in Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. But great to see Damien back. Chris Todd didn't get off the line brilliantly, but piles on the coals towards the top end, goes 10.42, 152 miles an hour. Stonking top end charge. Damien, 1094, 125. Right, Gasser Circus represented by these two. Honky Tonkin number 2. Lee Pike and Jerry Dunning share driving duties on this one, and it is Ray Turner with Green Onions. Ray, very, very happy with his new engine in this car, has propelled this into a different time zone, shall we say. Best way to describe that. Engine built by Rob over at ICE Automotive, or ICE. So Green Onion's going way quicker than it did before. Honky Tonkin, when that thing is absolutely on it, will be into the 8s, but consistent 9s I think is a bit more the aim of the game. And it's a 975, 131, 1093, 118 for Ray Turner. Straight back into the 10s where he left off last meeting. Right, Chris Turhurst and a good buddy of yours down there, Pete Grange.
Ah! I love that. Does that say Mary or Mary?
Mary.
No, I'm joking. I know it says Mary. It's his
ride,
cousin. Yeah, he's doing passenger rides. Is Pete in the Cougar that is still unbelievably up for sale?
Well,
possibly not then.
He was in 2 miles this weekend because there was somebody that's like almost there.
Really?
Yeah.
The funny thing is, though, it might be Mary after this. He did say to me, He messaged me a little while ago, and I said, "Do you want me to say it's for sale?" And he went, "Yeah." It is still up for sale. Well, he's got another car or two. Trickles across at 11:08 to 81. Hopefully, Mary enjoyed that.
609er to the 8. Wow.
100 miles an hour.
Yeah, awesome. 1262 at 107 in the Kestrel beer lane.
Good to see Rob Elsom down there with his dad, by the looks of it. Can you see?
No, I was just looking at Chris Tyhurst.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm only kidding, obviously.
Very good morning, Rob. Good to see you, mate.
Keith Freeman with El Loco.
And the real Martin Hill, of course.
Indeed, Martin the Duck Hill. On the Kestrel side of the racetrack. Oh, Duncan Beard's coming round too. Excellent stuff.
And I think we're live on the internet as well now. So a very good morning to everybody tuned in. Hope you're enjoying the coverage from Dragstalgia. One of the coolest events of the year here. We got various people to shout out and say hello to as the day and as the weekend progresses. But Keith Freeman, loving life with El Loco, despite just having a lot of engine problems last year.
Don't say anything.
I know, but
that's why I said don't say anything. He just stalled right on the start line. Oh. Got a little bonfire going out the headers there. Yeah, they did have to put that out. That was going to get bigger. Martin giving him the signal to try and spin it over to get it fired again, but it didn't seem to be happening.
Oh, there we go.
That's because Dave told him to forget about it. That's what. That's exactly why that happened, right then. So let's see how well it runs on fire extinguisher.
Well, this is where you have all the drivers before the run, and it's going to be beautiful to watch.
Steady. 9.99 at 1:39. He's been about half a second quicker than that, I think.
He's PB. He's in the 9.2s now.
Oh, I did not know that. I thought it was 9.4 actually.
No, you went 9.2.
My goodness me.
Yeah,
exceptional.
it's moved on up, shall we say.
So it's Duncan Beard.
I was going to say, yeah, that's Duncan in the car, isn't it? The way I can tell, obviously, because
Des is there.
Des is stood out front. And Duncan obviously got the white crash helmet. Des has got the black crash helmet.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can tell Des by looking at him in general.
Yeah.
So Duncan Beard is the owner and tuner of this car, and it's normally Des Taylor standing there to his right that does the driving. However, Duncan's having a play today.
So the Thunder God goes through with a 9.32 at 1.46.
I think he's dipped into
Yeah,
the
that
eights,
was
actually,
all right.
isn't it?
We like that.
Very good indeed. Well done, folks.
Very good morning, Des. Good to see you.
You?
Hello, hello.
Oh, hi. You are live on the internet. Please talk. No? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we look down in the pairing lanes, and I think it's Steve Wright coming around the corner with the AMC Pacer, of all things.
So, guess what's up next? It's that supercharged UFO.
Yep.
We haven't seen for a while. Steve Wright with the AMC Gremlin. Running with the supercharged Outlaws. didn't sound quite that well. All until actually it was fine until the moment he hit the throttle. Tell you what, it's really outside. You know what? That is a genius move though. Put the fan there.
Yeah.
And it sends all the cold air over it.
It's perfect.
Yeah, it's great. Absolutely great. So that was Steve Wright with the one of the supercharged Outlaws. Got 16 cars entered this weekend. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Jeff Balls messaged me. I will make that correction next time it comes round. Thank you very much indeed, Jeff. Whoops.
That's all right. Well, we think
No,
we know people are listening.
Yeah, which is good. Which is really, really good. Very good morning to Jeff and Belinda, actually. Jeff, are you here this weekend? If you can respond to that one, that'd be good to find out if you are actually here this weekend. Karen messaged me, actually, obviously with Mike having the issue with the Chevy, with threw the prop shaft out. Basically just wants to say a big thank you to the start line crew. Fingers crossed that car is not too badly damaged with the drivetrain. Obviously we know the prop came out from underneath. Let's hope he hasn't taken the gearbox casing or anything else that goes with it. So fingers crossed for them. I don't think it's a Zephyr or Zodiac, but that is absolutely gorgeous. Just doing the burnout underneath the tower in the Auto Glim lane. When it comes round, we'll have a closer look. Going alongside Adrian Portelli with the Nostalgia Superstock Dodge Charger. Oh, in actual fact, the Ford hasn't appeared. Well, Adrian's just going to wait there patiently. There it is. Well, if I say a Zephyr, it's going to be a Zodiac. If I say Zodiac, it's going to be a Zephyr. So I'll stick with the Ford. Well, I'm not quite sure what happened to Adrian there. The engine cut literally just as he left the line.
I'll tell you what, on the subject of bizarre, have a look over your right shoulder. Like two cars lining up, look at that. You couldn't get more opposite if you tried, really, could you?
In actual fact, there's some front aero work that's taken place on the Morgan that I haven't seen before. Got a bit of a splitter there.
That looks very suspiciously like a hill climb car. I can only presume it is.
Well, it's
and
been
that. Have you seen that before? Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Oh yeah, that's the Hillman. Oh goodness me! I had a good look at that a couple of weeks ago at the Nostalgias. Husky, Hillman Husky.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So Adrian Portelli with a much better launch and a much better run. Oh, stop.
Should be in the 10s, yep. 1080, 124.
This is one of those events where I really do read the fact we have to sit up here all the time. I'd really like to go and have a good nosy round. I think the first ever Dragstalgia back in 2010, I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the first ever Dragstalgia back in 2010 that we did. I was blown. They had a Tri Chevy show. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And on Sunday during lunch hour or lunch break, whatever, I went for a wander around that, and it was just incredible. Just like, where do they all come from? I know where they all come from originally, but how do they all end up in garages over here? So one of the Willis Wars cars, that Morgan is off. 161 to 60 foot.
It's a high 10-second car. Oh, mid 10 seconds, sorry. I was corrected by that one.
120 miles an hour.
Oh, no, it's incredible.
128, actually, I beg your pardon. Sorry, the bulb's out at the top end. Can't quite see that clearly. A 1056 as well. So Steve Wright's going to be having another go with the Gremlin. The amount of drag racers that say they have a gremlin in the car, and Steve Wright has a gremlin for a car. Have you noticed the GoPro placement on the car as well? It's just above the, the left front headlight.
Is it facing the engine?
Yeah, it is. Just to check out what's going on. Yeah, definitely suffers from a lack of power as soon as he stands on it, unfortunately. He's also way over to the centre.
And I think Ian's going to take him over. He is, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he says, "You're not aiming at my Christmas tree, son." That's more like it.
Yeah, I want to put him in the groove. Although the track is fully prepped all width, there is a proper launch pad, which Steve Wright is now on.
Well, that wasn't a bad half-track run for Steve that time. I think his best is in the 9s, or low 9s at least anyway. Look at that, nitrous purge on...
A Flying Husky. This is Collingwood Jr. 347 stroker in
with,
that.
With nitrous.
With nitrous.
With nitrous. Seriously, with nitrous. That car is an English, as much of an English hot rod as you'll ever get, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
I think the whole van part of that purely exists to accommodate the rear wheel tubs, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We've got a little bit of checking to do in the auto glim lane, which is the right hand side as you look up the racetrack. Steve Wright, we're going to send the Husky on its way.
One of those vehicles, it's got wheelie bars, and I think they're there for a reason. And there we go. Actually did come up on them a little bit of a twist as it goes past the 60 foot.
A little bit too much oomph off the start line.
Oh, sound good though. 12.25, 123.
That's got to be a 10-second car.
Yeah, that has got to be a 10, isn't it? I can't remember what it ran at the Vintage Nationals, but it was one of those cool cars in the pits. I actually went round to try and find the driver, couldn't, but took a few photographs of the car, so I had the information because he's put his name on it, he's got the engine on it, it's got everything on it. Had a nose around it, I thought, yeah, that's really, really nice car, beautifully prepared.
Really sweet.
And Collingwood is obviously trying to get a handle on getting it off the start line. But nice car, very, very nice car. It's a type of car that you'll only see at the events like Dragstalgia and Hot Rod Drags and stuff like that. Nostalgia Nationals,
unfortunately, because it is so well turned out.
Yeah. Now, don't know much about this one apart from the fact it's 100E. Now, normally you get like the numbers on the back window to denote which one it is, but one of these cars, I believe, runs at Melbourne quite a lot.
Was it the sticker that gave it away?
The sticker gave it away.
It certainly doesn't hang about.
No. And not your traditional V8 sound either, so different power plant in there.
In the 11s.
Nicely done, 112 at the stripe. Pete Wiseman with damage case. Good to see Pete back with us. And going on, I think it's Gary Cork down there in the other lane. Here it is. So first run of the weekend for Pete. Gary's on his, what, third or fourth now?
Yeah, I think he had 3 in 10 minutes and then been sitting there waiting ever since. It's got a lot busier. Wiseman. Well, it's staying the same though. It's not getting worse. But yeah, lots of smoke for Pete Wiseman. 13-1, 11.67. So one of our wild bunch.
Oh, time lock. Yeah.
Good looking machine. Track crew doing their thing out there in the Autoglym lane after that Pete Wiseman. Got a grab at me. He's shortly. First run, maybe Mark Bishop.
Ah, right. Supercharge, yeah.
Forward in.
Hi, this is Gary Atkinson. Remember, Gary used to run a 34 Ford. He's switched body code, switched car. He's got a Topolino altered.
Was that the same car?
Yeah. Oh no. I don't know if it's the same car, but no, it can't be. Can it?
No.
No, it's not the same
Don't think
car.
so.
Yeah, you're not going to get those wheels under a 34 Ford, put it that way. Well, in that format. 10, 21, 128. Very, very nice opener there for Gary.
So the noise you now hear is Freddie's Revenge.
Right, once again, Dave Dopey came up and gave us the notes.
Good like that.
Yeah, checkout pass for us. We had a few minor gremlins at the Nostalgia Nationals. The Sunday rain prevented them from making a test pass, so they've gone back to our baseline settings, and we're looking for a very low 7. Somewhere near a 7.1 would be good.
Well, that's where they tend to be almost all weekend, isn't it? I apologise, that isn't Mark Bishop, that's another Grey Willis. Not a supercharged one though. I just saw the front. I saw the grey front. So Robbie Graham took over driving. He pretty much drives it full time now.
Does,
yeah. Right? Yeah, I don't think Dave does anymore. Robbie Graham took over driving Freddie's Revenge full time a few years ago. Over the years, Dave Graham himself has had a rather storied drag racing career. I think that's the politically correct way of putting it.
Put it this way, he can dine out on those stories for quite a while, couldn't he?
Forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the one down at the Haynes Motor Museum was a great one.
Yeah.
I was there, I was commentating, and I watched him stuff it into a bend.
The wheel stand here was pretty spectacular.
That wasn't overly bad either. Yeah, basically that.
I was down with him at the American Speed Fest at Brands Hatch when they fired the car up outside the Fulton Centre. That was quite funny.
How did that work out?
He's going like this. He's pointing to his ears to everybody, and they're all going, "What?
What's the point of that?"
Then they fired it up. Then they did it.
So Robbie Graham, his first run of the weekend, he was actually runner-up at Dragstalgia last year, wasn't he?
Yeah.
That's a proper altered driver all the way through to a 727, 190 miles an hour for Robbie Grabban. 1.11 to 60, 469 at 151 to the 8th, and over the stripe, 190 miles an hour.
Well, the baseline setting works very nicely indeed, so well done to the gang.
I
We
love
like
the way
that.
they look nonplussed with that. That was looked really strong. Really strong. That was good. Their plan is go down the racetrack 3 times in a row and hope the nitro cars make a mistake or two. It worked out last year, didn't it?
Oh boy, did it.
I do love the whole health and safety thing with these. That they've got the boots that turn into back seats, don't they?
The dicky seats. as they
The
call
what?
them.
Sorry,
They're called dicky seats, aren't they?
is that right?
Yeah. Right, Matthew Hollins. I had a chat with Matthew last night, and I think the engine in this car is the one out of the slingshot that Matthew drove. So I think it's that. I'll him. I have 100% information. I'm only giving you half a story at the moment, but yeah, good chat with Matthew last night.
Is there anyone you don't talk to?
No.
Apart from me.
Really?
I never see you in the evenings.
I just love wandering around chatting to people. It's really good. Yeah.
You'll be happy to know.
You
know him
won't
coming. You won't see him coming.
Inconspicuous. Walls in like
Same load range to be brutal.
don't rate today.
Right. 14 for the van.
Yeah, that's Nick Hewison. First run for Nick with the Ford van. New entry into Gasser Circus. I haven't seen that run before.
Steve Matthews taking on Merv, I think.
Yeah, Steve will be aiming for a 9.5 and probably aiming skywards as well. This has a habit of lifting the front wheels on every other run. And Graham Barton then with High Anxiety in the Autoglyph lane. Good looking run for Steve. 9.68, 136, he'll take that. 10.65, 123.
They are happy with that. Gasser Circus have to qualify this weekend, don't they? It's not an all-run field.
No. 16 out of 22 make it through. Jake Hawthorne with the flag jumper. And that's right, isn't even the other lane? Yep, it's there. Normally they come out side by side. Right, so let's see how Neve and Jake get on.
Well, no jumping. That was a 0.4, which was very nice indeed on the tree.
So Jake to the strike first, 11.76, 113. Neve goes through, 15.75, 86. All right, Jason Pickett with the Cherry Bomb 55 Chevy in the Gasser Circus.
One of those that was held up, was he held up by parts as well? Was that? I'm thinking of somebody else.
No, Jason, I think he's been all right actually. Hasn't suffered too badly with the parts issues. And another newbie into Nostalgia Superstock this weekend. This is great, where people can just come along with their road cars, enter the meeting, have a lot of fun. This is Connor Hall. Not his first run today, but it's the first time I've seen him compete in Nostalgia Superstock with the Barracuda. But yep, another Plymouth. That's a shame for Jace. Left before the tree ran, so he's not going to get any times or speeds. But that'll be in the mid-10s. Maybe just a little bit further north than that, but nevertheless, good opener. 13.76 there for Connor. From the 1950s, this Ford truck, that's actually turning some very respectable numbers as well. And a Plymouth in the Kestrel Beer Lane, already been into the 9s today. And as James Forster says when he popped up to say hello to us, good to see you, Jane, he said they haven't really started leaning on it yet. Which means when they do, they'll be lopped at least half a second off.
So after the first 9-second run earlier today, that looked like a bit more of a meaningful launch. 10 flat, 137, still pretty good. 12.65. Newly rebuilt. Now the
yeah, blower pulleys and all sorts of drive. If a decent run it is, he hasn't had yet, but might not be on this one. Deserves to be back into the assignment.
Well, Ian lets him go, but this is the first run on the rebuilt engine.
Yeah, it's not singing on all 8 properly there, is it?
Well, at least he got to the start line, and they've now got something to work on.
Yeah. So, 17.43 at 50 mile an hour at the stripe. Looking forward to halving that, I think. Duncan Watts with the shake and bake. That is a cracking looking car. It was, I think, if it's the right car, a new addition to the Watts Speed Shop team. Appeared earlier on this year. Cracking car, it really is. Driven by James Sweeney.
Wow, where did that come from?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Duncan bought that in. Whether James has taken it off Duncan or he's driving it this weekend, or if it's James's car, but I'm sure Duncan bought that car in. Going alongside Graham Scrivens. Graham goes 10.70, 10.55 for James.
Nicely done.
Oh dear, he just loves cars like these two. Proper sleepers. With that green Ford. I'm not even going to attempt to guess what it is, but you just know. There it goes, just piling on the coals as it goes up the quarter mile. Let's look at the 8. 694 at 104 at the stripe. 10.75, 127 mile an hour.
What a thing.
Beautiful. It wasn't even trying off the line, 174 to 60. Oh, that's beautiful. I love cars like that.
I absolutely love that Plymouth. It is just jaw-droppingly perfect.
Glenda Thompson's car. It is. It's beautiful. Oh no, sorry. That's the Granger car.
That's
yeah.
right.
Sorry, because Glenda's car looks almost identical. But yeah, that is. It's just perfect car. Ash Rawson in the Kestrel beer lane. And say Richard Granger in the Autoclim lane.
10:49 and 12:16 for Richard on his first attempt of the weekend.
Yeah, consider that Glenda drives a Dodge and Richard drives a Plymouth. But they do look very similar. Oh, it's this. I think that is so cool. I think that's what it says on the back. Like it. Yeah.
It says big cool on the back, doesn't it? Is that what that says?
Yeah.
On the number plate, look. Does that say big cool?
Yeah. Big, or, yeah. Oh, dear.
Dodges.
Yeah, so it's Pullman in the well, I don't know what it started life as, where it was low or what. It's brilliant. Zone on. $17.11, a little bit quicker this time for the Big Hillman. 16.60 in the Autoclim lane. Right, well, this one is definitely from the Watt Speed Shop.
Are those exhausts real? Because they look so perfect. I think they must be, actually. You look where they are. Look,
Which one am I looking at?
Tucked underneath the, tucked underneath the bumper.
Yeah, that's Dave Simcock.
Taking on the Yankonova in the Kestrel lane.
Yeah, that car's got some performance, shall we say. Yeah, regular 10-second car has the potential to go in the 9s, I believe. But as I say, I'm stretching the memory banks a little bit. Oh, a little bit tail happy though. .10.31 plays 10.42.
129, 121. Bob Main back underneath the tower again. I think there's Damien Halliwell again. That was quick. Yeah, that's got to be you. Mine's on quiet.
Ah, right, okay. Thanks, Jeff. I was asking if Jeff Ball was here this weekend. Other commitments this weekend, but they will be tuned in. Have a great weekend. Jeff, we certainly will be, mate. We're having a great weekend and it's only day one. We've still got 2 days to go. So, Jeff and Belinda, a very, very good morning to you. Hope you do enjoy your weekend, of course. Sorry you're not here, but we will catch up later on during the season. Right, I'll tell you what, you haven't been onto social media and checked out who's about. Mark Gascoigne's asked if I could do a favour. Can I put out a shout out for his mate Jake, the Rake, who is popping his pod cherry today? No, I'm not going to. No, too late, Mark. I've already done it. So Jake, the Rake, first time visitor at Santa Pod this weekend.
Gets to see Damien Halliwell with the Biscayne through to a 10.61 at 126. Bob Main goes 12.47.
No, it's not.
Anyone downstairs?
Ah, no, it's that car.
Is that right?
Yeah, there is some, it's rather bizarre, but whenever James runs, there's something that it resonates with the radio waves here. And I thought it was something wrong with Nitro FM, but you listen, when he brings the revs up...
Yeah, I just did.
When he disappears up the track,
It'll stop.
So, yeah, and it only happens with this car.
But what is utterly bizarre is that is probably one of the least...
There it goes.
Least technological advanced cars ever.
So is there something in it that's causing that? But anyway, the sound disappears, as does James Ald at the top of the track, 1284 and 104. I remember that from before.
How utterly weird.
Yeah.
You on like turbo cars,
I know.
Nitro, fuel Harleys and everything that we have. Jet does that like that.
The 39 Ford for this one in the auto about the Rouse entry. It doesn't hang about at all, considering its dynamics of a greenhouse. It's very nice indeed.
Potential of a greenhouse as well, by the look of it.
Yeah, 1096, 124 mile an hour. It's just
like
it doesn't, not at all.
Absolutely not, no.
But that's what drag racing is about, and especially nostalgia events, and you see such incredible creations in Run What You Brung. I think that typifies it. It really does.
Outlaw Anglia and Fuel Altereds are the very definition of what drag racing is about.
Yeah.
Shoehorning the most ridiculous size engine you can get into something as little as possible.
Yeah. Wait until I don't know if he's bought both cars up or if it's just one, but when you see Justin Woolner run, obviously they've got the Camaro that Sally seems to be driving more often now. But when Justin brings the outrageous, like the Rat Vermin,
I know which one you
know
mean.
The one I mean.
Yeah.
Goes mid-nines on the quarter. It's just
nuts.
ridiculous, but it's just phenomenal to watch. And Justin is one of those guys that will go to an event like Carfest, and he will do a set of tyres on one run. It just does the burnout, just smokes the whole place out, puts on a phenomenal show. Crowd love it. They all go home smelling of tyre fitters.
Like you do.
But a complete and utter showman. But the car can back it up. It can run numbers. It's brilliant to watch. Justin, you're a hooligan, but we love you for it. Really do.
I think this is home from home for hooligans, this place, isn't it?
Boy, is it.
Okie doke. Anyway, a little bit of track prep going on out there. Nitro FM just for a couple of moments. We got the Supercharged Outlaw down there. Got all purple cars as well. Simon Rickwood and the Purple Days as well.
Another one just coming in. If you look behind Nitro FM, there's another purple car coming in. Look at that.
Dearie me. Right. We'll duck
You
out for a
can't see it,
second.
but we can. We're commentating on colours that you can't see, but we can. We're going to take just a verbal break just for a moment, but we'll be back very shortly as we continue Dragstalgia. Run What You Brung, Day 1. Speak to you soon. Right, we are back once again in Nitro FM. Thank you so much for allowing me to put my headphones on and then you've handed it over to me. You were obviously watching what I was doing. Thank you very much indeed. So we continue with Run With Your Brung here, day 1 of 3 at Dragstalgia 2022. And it is Nostalgia Superstocks in the form of Simon Rickwood coming underneath the tower in the Auto Glim lane. To crane my neck to see who appeared on the other side of the track. It's Glyn Boardman. So good to see this car in Glyn Boardman's hands now. So you've got two 9-second cars if they both run to form. Actually, I think this is Glyn's first run in the car, unless I've missed something. 988. Oh, 10:02 for Glyn. Oh, cracking run off the trailer. Look at the light reaction time. Simon Rickwood 003 off the line. But Glyn Boardman very happy with that new ride. 10:02. Right, it is indeed Gary Park. Now, not only has Gary and the team got the tailgate down as a little balcony area, you know, where they set up in the pits, they are right at the end of the aisle as well as you enter the aisle. So they've got a perfect little viewing spot there. Gary looking to get 7.5, 7.4s this weekend. Actually, it's really good to see a lot of the teams that are entered for competition this weekend having a go in Run With Your Brung as well. So getting some good track time in early on. So Gary Park off and running, pedal to the metal.
That's
all
quicker
the way
than the
through.
7.5. Oh, maybe not. 7.57, 171. That was wild.
That was exactly where they wanted the car to be. Brilliant job. Yeah, I know. But the driver done well. He done well. Let's have a look. 111 to 60 foot, 481, 144 at the 8th. And Gary goes through the stripe at 7.57 at 171 miles an hour. I like it when a team tell you what they're aiming for. They do it first run. Brilliant. I don't think I've ever seen Dave Russell at Dragstalgia before. But here he is with a Marina van. Pre-1980. I think this is a 1976 Marina van. Well, there or thereabouts anyway. Nice headgear from the team as well, both of them.
Oh, it makes sense now. Who's in the other lane? Have a rough guess.
Oh, it had to be one of the two. The other one was broken, so
I have a feeling Dave is going to be pacemaker for Georgina to try and run as quick as possible.
Yeah, these cars run very similar numbers when driven flat out.
They match up an awful lot with their regular drivers as well,
do.
don't they? So, Georgina Smith, is this actually going to be her first ever race as well with this car?
Yeah,
Because every time she's been out on her own.
Yeah. Now, Georgina's mission is to get into the 9s today. She's run a 10 in this car. And it's a low 10 as well, but 9s is the mission.
So Phil Toppin in the weird position of watching his car go down the track against Dave Russell. Dave backs off. Just not to take the win margin by too much.
11.18, plays 11.36. It sounded like Georgina was struggling with shifting gear there.
Graham Rawlings with the rather unique VW slingshot. Or I'd say incredibly unique VW slingshot. I don't think there's another one.
I can't think of another one. Well, certainly flat 4-powered anyway. You see, Luke's running 8.4s now with his dragster. Been great. Made the final as well last weekend.
I'm not sure why we're clicking it off, but we are.
There could be something at the top end.
Ah, yeah. Something we need to attend to up the top end of the racetrack. So just while everything goes quiet for a couple of moments, we will give it to Nitro FM, and we'll be back ASAP. Thank you. Just to let everybody know out there, you wonder why everything went quiet, and obviously the cars got pushed away and everything else as well. Good reason. Unfortunately, we had a power outage just after we had a clear-up. So what we're doing at the moment, I think Colin's been round and told everybody as best he can in his big voice and big shirt that we're having a lunch break until 1:45. We were going to have one anyway, but we're having a lunch break right now until 1:45, 12:45. So about 15, 20 minutes more. And we'll be back with you. Thank you.
Yeah, we're good. And it's good to... I know, it's good to have everything back. Sorry about the improvised walkabout to let everybody know what was going on the grandstands. So we had an enforced early lunch break, which is approaching its end. So the message is to all of the racers, we need you back in your cars, please. So all racers in the lanes, and especially the two below us in the tower, Graham Rawlings, I think that one is, and... the Sonic Attack team, so we can have all drivers and teams back to their cars, please. And our track crew will be getting back into position shortly. So get back to your cars. Thanks very much indeed. Dr. FM, if you could take it back, and we'll be back with you soon. So we are back, and perfect opportunity. Whilst we had that power outage for our track crew to take their lunch break, so that has taken place as we continue with our Run What You've Brung here at Dragstalgia, day 1 of 3. Beautiful day out there. And this is Graham Rawlings, the VW powered little slingshot dragster running in the Wild Bunch. Pairing lanes chock-a-block with people waiting to go down the famous quarter mile here at Santa Pod Raceway. And a very nice 1034, 131 miles an hour. Right, and Steve Garland with Sonic Attack, number 2. Caught up with Vinny and Steve whilst we had a little bit of downtime there. Vinny celebrated his birthday this week. Resting his old bones, he was just sat there chilling out. Great thing with Vinny, he's always got a story. Some you can repeat, some you can't.
He is a story, that's what it is.
Well, needless to say, Sonic Attack 2, the roll cage is a lot bigger than the original Attack that you can put in there. So Steve Garland off and running. 6.99 at just under 100 at the 8th. Parlays that into an 11.07 at 118 at the stripe. And he can finally get that race suit off and start chilling out. Well done to Steve, Vinny and the gang. Well, front wheel wanted to come up, but managed to stay down. Throttle wide open all the way to the stripe. Goes through with the 13.96 at 97 mile an hour for the Kawasaki. Right, so Kevin Melling in the Auto Glim lane, and I do believe that's Andy Lambert in the Castrol Beer lane. A couple of old school stockers for you. Kevin's first run only run was around about 9.3. And he's done another one, 9.33 this time around, 141. And 9.71, 113 there for Andy. Simon Prest with the Rocket. Oh, the story of this car coming over to the UK, going back to the States, coming back to the UK, and now lives here.
Possibly. Built by Dale Snoke out in California, but I was going to say it's possibly the best travelled gasser on the planet.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Because before Dale came over here to race it a few years ago, he actually raced it in Japan as well, if you remember. And then obviously came over here, then went back to California, and then Simon absolutely overjoyed to be at the wheel in the Kestrel Lane.
He drives it on the street as well. It's just even better. Oh, isn't he? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, he's on the line to have a bit of practice with reaction times, hence no burnouts or anything like that. He's definitely a racer now. Look at that. He said he's not going to gun it all the way through, just practice reaction time. Look at that. 11.06 on 11.05 and a 0.15 reaction time. He's going to be absolutely overjoyed with all of that, as is the rest of the team. Well done, Si. And
Jason Pickett going through 11.16 at 118, and they were side by side most of the way there. Right, VW based in the Auto Glimmer. That's all I can really say. I don't know much more about this one. Straight out the 1970s, if the number plate is anything to be believed. That would be 1974, the M Reg was out. And the reason I know that is my first car was an M Reg. It was 1974. Going along...
Was it brand new?
No, it was my grandmother's car.
Sorry.
No, I didn't have a new car back then. Oh, my word. Old scatterbolts in the Kestrel Beer Lane. $12.56. Now Phil Hobson driving old scatterbolts. Used to be Glyn Boardman, because Glyn Boardman has now got the Oldsmobile. So a bit of a shuffle around with cars in the What Speed Shop setup. The Beasting going alongside what I affectionately call the Aussie Falcon. I need to catch up with the drive. Every time it appears, I say, I must do it. But tonight I am going to find that car in the pits and get the full lowdown on that car. But it comes to many of the meetings. But it's so rare because it's right-hand drive.
So I'm guessing it may have been imported from Australia then.
That's what I think.
Hence the fact. So Bob Morgan with Beasting. All-star crew this weekend. Apart from Barry, of course.
Barry.
Dan Barry, yeah. 10.87 and 127. And 13.19.
Right, Collingwood Jr. with that. I love that. It's a Hillman Husky. That's just so cool.
Well, with nitrous on it as well, we reckon this is about to be a 10-second car.
It's not.
I'll tell you what, it might even be nudging 9s.
Going alongside another rapid car, the 100E. Oh, a little bit of a twist off the line, but beautifully gathered.
Looks like the Humber's got the legs at the top end, though. 11.24 at 125.
So another look at the colour scheme on the What Speed Shop car down there. Now again, it's another one of these. I don't know if it's one of the current fleet that are being repainted or if it's an addition, but that is so nice. That's Shelby Watts driving that one.
Excellent.
So Shelby normally drives the Pinto, but no, she's in the Challenger. And I believe that's Billy Jones in the Gasser Circus car. I'll just double check.
Well, Shelby not hanging about on the green. Goes 11.89 at 1.07.
Right, so Billy lines up into pre-stage. In stage, tree counts down, off he goes. Oh, nice light, 0-1-2. $10.68, 122.
I've just come up with a fantastic idea, right?
I worry
Now
when
you know.
have
Well,
ideas.
no. It's a very similar idea to telling everybody to spam you on saying well done and running a 10.5.
Oh, 10.5, yeah.
Yeah. Right. Well, I was just talking to Simon with the Rocket in the pairing lanes, right? And I said, so have you got he's got his phone on the dash. And I said, so is that a backup speedo? And he went, no, that one don't work. This is the speedo, right, on his phone. I've got a brilliant idea. If I do it right and I send him a text message just as he leaves the line, he's going to be looking for the speed and he's going to get me waving at him.
You're cruel. But I
It
like
can only be on a practice
I
run,
like it.
but it's got to be. You got to do it. He'll turn his notifications off on his phone now. I've said that. But you got to admit it would be funny.
Oh, much harder launch this time for Chris Todd. Well, it can run in the 9s. It can dip into the 8s. It's not going to do an 8 on this. Oh! I was going to say, how deep can he go? 882, 151 miles an hour.
I think that was relatively straight, which is what helped, wasn't it?
Very nice indeed, Mr. Todd.
Pretty exceptional.
Unfortunately, no time or speed in the Castro lane off that one before the tree was completely activated. The Barnett and Grant Falcon. Now, of interest on this one, Gasser Circus number 63 is neither Nick Barnett or John Grant this weekend. I've got it listed as Patrick Hobbs. So a new name to Gasser Circus. So no doubt we will find out more information as the weekend progresses. But if that's right, Patrick Hobbs, different driver for the Falcon there. Right, 32 sedan. And the Mr. Mouse. I believe that's a 65 Malibu, but capable of going a bit quicker than that. 1440, place 1565.
Which are still very, very quick indeed. So we've got Run What You Run for the rest of the afternoon, and then is it about 5 o'clock? Wasn't
Yeah,
it?
4:30 is basically Run What You Run finishes. And our team have a dinner break, half an hour, and then 5 o'clock it's our race classes.
Right. Well, burnout so far.
Hooligan.
I'm very impressed to see that you have finally got, unlike me, you have finally got a pair of sunglasses that are conducive to wearing a headset.
Yeah.
A pair of aviators. Is that the idea?
Yeah, but these came from Sainsbury's. I think they were like £3 or something.
That's all you need.
Yeah.
But it's a much better idea because it means your head doesn't. Anyway, you know. Nice looking run there for the pickup. 10.10 at 129. It's going to be the one and only Katie Booth up next with the Mighty Mouse taking on Damien Halliwell. This could be a pretty even matchup actually because Katie doesn't normally run with the nitrous on. Hang on a minute. Ted's actually walking this weekend, so Ted might be entered in out or Anglia.
Of course, he's had a boot on, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Taking on Damien Halliwell. This could be a pretty good race, actually. Well, it won't be now because Katie's way off out in front. Katie runs in gas to circus without the nitrous. There it goes, 10:42 to 10:58.
I think this is only about the second Chevy in Nostalgia Superstock that's run today. Going alongside a Plymouth.
It's another Plymouth. Adrian Charles, who?
Lee Charles. Adrian Charles is the sports commentator.
I do that every time, don't I?
And Chris Goodale.
Or Goodale.
Yeah.
Have you found
that's
out?
in the bar tonight. Good ale.
That's what I mean. But his name is it Goodale?
Goodale.
Or Good Ale?
Goodale.
Good Dale. He's not got two D's in it.
Oh, wheels up beautifully there for Lee.
I think the nodding dog's head nearly fell off when he left the line that time.
So 9.8s and 10.2s, is it?
Oh,
10.01 and 10.3.
all you need to be is consistent, though.
Yeah. So, Adrian Sidwell with the Opus. He's, as I say, he's owned it for a long time. 48 years he's had this car.
Even with a tiny engine in that, the power to weight ratio is still pretty terrific.
Oh, it's staggering what that car does. Best PB is 14.65. That was set Dragstalgia way back when.
Is it normally the only outing every year?
14.65. That's bizarre. Matched its PB there.
Pretty much bang on.
89.05. That could be its quickest ever terminal speed. Just looking at the crib sheet that's been given to us, previously it was 86.34. 89.6. I know, a little bit down.
Something completely different. An El Camino in Nostalgia Superstock.
And at the Hot Rod Drags, that was #1 qualifier.
Outstanding.
Yeah, ran its numbers absolutely bang on. Alan, very good morning to you, sir.
How are you? Good to see you. When you have a break,
Okay, up next we've got another Plymouth in Nostalgia Superstock, taking on a 100E in the Kestrel lane. Right behind there, honky tonking with Steve Matthews, and still loads more cool stuff coming your way. Looks like the 100E is going to take that one. Wow. With a 10.57, 127 miles an hour. So we have Honky Tonkin, the original, and number 2 lined up next to each other, as is almost traditional at these events, at some point anyway. Steve Matthews in the Kestrel lane, taking on the Pike and Denning, Honky Tonkin, number 2. Performance advantage goes to the Chevy 2 in the Autoglim lane. Reaction time advantage just goes to Steve Matthews in the 57, and it may be the win as well. It is 970 at 134, takes out a 993. Bragging rights go to the original Honky Tonkin and Steve Matthews. So that bonkers quick Morgan in the Kestrel lane. Like silly quick, like 10-second quick Morgan in the Kestrel lane. Taking on the more traditional Nostalgia Superstock Mustang on the Autoglim side of the track. Well, the Morgan is going to run away and hide in this one. Will that be another 10? A 10.61 at 128, and the Mustang 13.81 at 99. So up next, the Wild Bunch Slingshot for the second run of the day, I think.
Goes through 15:08.71 miles an hour. So Rich Butcher getting plenty of runs in today. Really good to see.
So is that a modern day Nostalgia Superstock Camaro over there? Check it out.
Whoa.
Oh, I think that's just going to be for fun in Run What You Run today, isn't it?
Yeah, also the governor's down there though. Been waiting patiently for his chance to put his first run of the day. Gary Cork is down there. One of the outer Anglias has appeared in the lanes. But then the lanes are basically chock-a-block down there. But glorious day. I must say to everybody that's here, don't forget to go into the pits, go and visit all of our traders. It's nostalgia stuff that you will not see at many other of the meetings that you can get hold of this weekend, from period correct clothing to old car manuals and books and stuff like that from the cars way back when. I haven't been out there yet, but I'll be looking for die-casts just in case. You never know what might appear.
Somebody buy them before Colin leaves work for the day.
Thank you very much indeed. Oh, the belly tanks just appeared in the pairing lanes as well. That is so cool.
I thought that was what you said. I thought I misheard that, but no.
It is a belly tank.
It is a belly tank, yeah.
And no, it's just some of the machinery here is just phenomenal. So enjoyable to watch.
So Jacqueline Bartlett,
almost where she was last weekend. 006 off the line this time. She had the 000 reaction time, was #1 qualifier. Outstanding. We haven't even done a time check today. 1:15 in the afternoon here at Dragstalgia.
we don't need to do time checks. The day just moves through. Lovely.
Okay, so Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat will be competing in Gasser Circus this weekend. Spencer and Dan down there. And a dodgy photographer with a Slick Tricks Racing hat and t-shirt on. Going alongside, as I say, Gary Cork with his Super B.
I'm glad you said that.
No, it was just the moment. Oh, Keith was actually trying to get it right up and launch it as hard as he could.
And will not get any laps time.
Oh, it's a shame. Because that is a good looking run for Roaring Rat, but unfortunately no time or speed. Let's have to come around and do it again. Quite simple. 1175, 112 for the Super B. Right, here it is, the belly tank. It's an absolute work of art. When we say a belly tank, what this started life as is a long-range drop tank that used to go under the bombers way back in the day. and I don't know what the capacity of these things were, but the common consensus was about 500 gallons, and it just extended the range of these places. Oh, a bit of a one-wheel peel there as well.
Still going and all.
Yeah, still spinning that one wheel.
Still spinning that one wheel.
That's all the way to the 8th. But it's on the radials as well, so it hasn't got a huge contact patch. Still goes through at 14.99 at 100 mile an hour. So this is interesting. You've got the Willis, the 33 Willis in the Autoclim lane. Now this is the ex-Davy Murdoch car, and crew is Elliot and Dave Day that run one of these cars in Street Eliminator, so they know this shape and format very, very well indeed. Meanwhile, 10.09 at 119 mile an hour for the different Willis. And it went through so quick that I didn't even clock who it was. I was too busy looking at this one.
Not only that, we thought they were going to run them as a pair.
Well, we did. We thought they were going to run as a pair, but they're not. Congratulations to Elliot Day making the final of Street Eliminator last weekend. Now this car, I believe, is normally nitrous assisted, but they want to run it on the motor. Then once everything is going well, happy, then they'll put the nitrous on. Nice to see you doing some work this weekend, both of you. Not that they weren't very busy last weekend. Oh, the Ralph Speed Shop.
Do you know what?
I love it. I just think it's so cool.
Is it on radials at the back as well? The reason I'm asking is because a number of cars are on street tyres or radials.
I think they're Hoosier radials.
Okay, I was just going to say, because after seeing what the belly tank did, we need to know.
When it goes up to the line, I'll see a bit more of tyre, but I can't see much of it at the moment. I can read the Hoosiers on the outside, obviously. But a nice problem to have. The sun is so bright, I can't really see underneath the back of the car.
Yeah, they're definitely wider than the front.
So, Connor Hall back out for another one.
11.24.
13.68 for Connor. Tell you what, it's Connor's first weekend in that car at a race meeting. And because he's getting loads of run, he's going to have quite a good idea what to dial that car in at.
So, the Frankenstein Gasser.
Oh, that's so cool.
Oh, the Camaro was a tow car.
Oh, even better. Right, this is Nick Hewison in the Autoclim lane, running as part of the Gasser Circus. Now the Frankenstein Chevy, normally it's a run with your run car, has competed in the Tri-Chevy shootout. But that is screaming to go into Gasser Circus, isn't it? It might already be there.
If there's ever a Gasser Circus car, that's it.
Yeah.
Goes into the 10s as well, with a 1096, 122, 1128 for the van. Tom looks pretty happy with that. I'm so glad you got the entry list in front of you.
That's the Battle Axe Warrior, Spencer Tidswell, I think.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Because Spence has one of the... Well, he won the Willis Wars, didn't he? A few years back.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
With the other Battle Axe
Yeah,
Warrior.
the other one.
Suddenly found where the pedal was. Look at that. walked off the line and then just took off.
983. Nice. He's not actually on the entry list, but I'm sure that's Spencer.
So Simon coming round for run number 2. Let's see if it works, shall we?
See if you get the verbal abuse afterwards here.
Hang on. Right, so I've got to press. He won't be listening, so I can say this. I'm going to press send just as he leaves the start line. Right?
Yeah.
So it'll come up with a notification saying "Go, Simon, go."
Right. Graham Bart with high anxiety in the autoglim lane, but comedy value in the Kestrel beer lane.
Sorry, Si. Only because I want the notification to come up on his phone as he's going down the racetrack, showing him what the mile there is. He's been delivered.
Excellent.
1:25 for Simon. Quicker reaction time than before as well. Yeah, he's using his phone to tell him the speed. 11:31 at 1:16 that time. Not quite as quick, but getting there on the tree, definitely.
I can't wait for Simon to message me
He's gonna.
back.
Do you know what? I would not wet myself if he came up, clipped me round the ear, and said I was about to hit third gear, and your message got in. Your message came through on the phone. That's what you get. That's what you get for using your phone as a mile an hour device, I think. Really.
Dear.
Do you know something? A very interesting little story, which I don't think I've ever told you. Back when we were running the Top Fuel car 20 years ago, right? We had the car on display at MIRA, which is Motorsport Industry Research Association, up near Nuneaton. And it was a great time. The car was on display there for a few days, and obviously they do an awful lot of research for. If anybody doesn't know, it's the place that if you ever see photographs of cars that look like they're covered in all different sorts of stickers, you can't see the shape of them. It's where they test brand new cars to destruction, basically. Anyway, some guy, very, very nice chap, took us all the crew, took us for a ride in this brand new Jag that had one of the first ever GPS devices in it.
Oh, right.
Right. So he was showing us on this screen, big screen in the middle of it, and it had loads of antenna and all sorts of other stuff all over it. He was saying, look, because it comes off a satellite and it tells you where you are and how fast you're going. And I remember at the time thinking, what use would that be to anyone, right?
Yeah.
And hey presto, 20 years later, one of the blokes that was in the car with me is using it to tell him how fast he's going up the racetrack, which is quite lovely. Anyway.
Oh, dear. The VW goes through with a 1683. Graham Bart with high anxiety previous to that went through at 10:39.
There's some other stories that go with that trip, which are fantastic. Another one, very, very quickly. I've got to say when I remember it, or remind me to say it tomorrow. But I may tell it again tomorrow anyway. But there was this. All major motor manufacturers have like research places there, right? And there was this bloke that I was chatting to him while we were talking about the car, and he said, "Oh yeah, I test. I think it was either test Bentleys or Aston Martins." And I said, "Wow, that must be a fantastic job." And he looked at me and went, "Mate, I opened an ashtray 4,000 times yesterday."
Oh, dear.
Yeah, his job, when he says testing Aston Martins or whatever it might be, it was actually opening and closing the ashtray 4,000 times. Because when a car's brand new, you don't know what it's going to be like in years' time when everything's
Probably
been
gets sold
used.
to a non-smoker as well.
Oh, it's cracking, isn't it?
Ash Rawson goes through with a 10:46, just south of 130 mile an hour, and a 12:0618 from Richard Granger. Oh, these two pairing up again. Seems to be a theme with these two, the Husky and the 100E.
Can the Husky get into the 10s? Got the mile an hour to say it can.
Well, they both not that far away from the 10s.
Oh, that's Rob Brindle, I think, being pushed back.
Gonzo the Great's appeared in the lanes.
Going for a 7.5. Close at the top end as well. 11.30 for the Humber at 125. Again, much bigger speed.
11:27 and 11:30. Wow. All right, the Falcon and Mrs. T. Glenda Thompson. basically they've had this car at home for years in the garage.
Yeah.
Never ran it because always concentrated on Kiwi's car, the Duster. But eventually they
Thought, why not?
Why not? And Glenn are having a great time with the car. 13:47 place of 14:29. Well, fair to say these cars weren't designed to go this quick when they came out of the factory all the years ago. Unfortunately, we're not going to get a time or speed in the Kestrel beer lane. The car rolls through the beam. But that would have been a 10.5 to quote you and Luke back in the day.
Oh, they're all personal bests when no number comes up. Always.
Okay, Ray Turner with Green Onions, and I will correct my error in my ways earlier on. It's a Jeff Bull built engine in this car. Thanks for the message, Jeff. And Jeff and Blinn are not here this weekend, but look forward to seeing them a little bit later on in the season.
Taking on Brian Gibson, I think, with the identity crisis over there in the Autogym lane. Oh, 1-2 red for the identity crisis. 049 green though for Mr. Turner, who goes 10.89 at 120.
Now, this is quite interesting because I was looking through this book.
Oh, is this from
previous Dragstalgias, and best burnout was Brian Gibson. Do you remember when he was smoking them up to about 3:30?
Top bloke.
Just go for it.
Got to be done.
Yeah. That's when Dave Grabham won the best driving job. The best appearing team was Chris Manning and the Dragster Inc. gang. Wheel Sam was Chris Hartnell. Well, that was the year that Tom Margerson won it the best vehicle. The debut, at the moment, the weekend we gave was the debut of Paul Harris's Monza. The tribute car, yeah.
That was only last year then, I think. It was last year. It was a year ago.
Was it? No, was it
2 years ago. So
2 years ago, because that's when
Rob 3 years ago.
Rob Turrington won the Anglo-Saxon Best Backup, right. So that was on. And the spirit of Dragstalgia that year, and we haven't mentioned them yet, but we're going to give them a massive shout out now. The spirit of Dragstalgia that year was Andy Hadfield, the Fadster.
That was it. 19.
Yeah.
Was it 19 or last year?
Yes, that was. No, I'm pretty sure that's 2019.
Must be 19.
Andy and Haley tuned in to the coverage here from Santa Pod Raceway from home from Fadster Towers. Unbelievable. This is the first Dragstalgia that they've missed since its inception. They're going through the middle a bit at the moment, fair to say, and we really do send all the love in the world to Haley.
As much as we can.
And more. We're just finding more and more love for you guys at every opportunity. We really do wish you all the best. And we're missing you. Quite simple, we're missing you. We really hope that we do get to see you come back to the track in the not too distant future. As a 790, 159 for Gonzo the Great.
Happy with that one? Yeah, it looks like it's all in one piece.
Yeah, so Andy and Haley, we know Purdy's going to be here this weekend. She's probably here already with Thomas. But Haley, all the love in the world from all of us here. We'll be thinking of you all the way.
And then even more, obviously. Yeah. And it's going to be so great to see the whole Supercharged Outlaw family out here. Sadly, without Andy being part of it, but, you know, he's still here in spirit.
He's still part of it in spirit. He always will be.
So, whatever the issue was for Jim Tucker earlier on, it wasn't that bad. There was a little bit of a clean-up after he ran earlier. The Hellfire. Look at the way that car wobbles just on the rotation of the crank. That is awesome. I'd love to know where people come up with the ideas for these cars. Probably looking at Hot Wheels models and stuff like that, basically, I think.
It looks like it wants to corkscrew up the track, not just go down it. It's, as you say, it's just on the crank it's doing that.
Well, Tony Best has got one of these as well.
Yeah.
What a match race that'd be. That was a big wiggle.
Just a tad twitchy there. Too much power, not enough application. Nothing wrong with that, is there?
Not at all.
Well, hopefully Keith Freeman will get a full run in this time. He did come up to the line earlier on, had a little bonfire going out of the headers. But our track crew on that straight away, got it put out. Did get a run, but wasn't what he really wanted.
Oh, unless it's a PB, they don't want it.
Nah.
I'm only joking. I've just realised that one of the people that we never see in Outlaw Anglia that has an Anglia that does terrific burnouts is JT.
Got a story about JT actually. I will relay in a moment. .960, 144. Martin, was that all right?
Much better.
Yeah. Well done, mate. Nicely done. That's Graham Scrivens doing his burnout. Yeah, JT was up here last weekend, chilling out on the balcony over there, just watching the world go by. And he's off to Hockenheim with the crew killer. And he's been invited to do the night show, and he's only there for one purpose.
Thing, yeah.
So yeah, he says, I ain't going there to come second. So he's probably going to completely board a complete set of slicks doing the night show over there. But JT, love you, man, and looking forward to seeing how you get on over there. Grant goes 1064. 1576 in the Kestrel beer lane. God, talk about getting track time today. The Wild Bunch crew are getting very, very busy down there for this little slingshot. So, Rich Butcher down for another run. Well, don't be surprised if the crew leave here a little bit later on this evening with some jerry cans and go and get some more fuel for it. Or to the pod shop if they need some race fuel. Don't forget, pod shop do have all the race fuel here. Also a nitrous refilling station as well. I don't think there'll be a huge amount of cars here on nitrous this weekend, to be honest. As it is nostalgia. Yeah. Box full of neutrals, I think, heading towards the stripe. 1487 at 82. Right, looking in the lanes. Possible little issue there for James Ald with Little Faust Dragster. He's just being pushed to the side. Stevie Johnson with Motor Mouse has made it back into the lanes. A lovely Yanko down for another run. There's like plenty of people lined up in the pairing lanes ready to put some runs in. But just a little bit of a clean up in the Kestrel beer lane at the moment. Our track crew working away. So I'll tell you what, we'll just rest the vocal cords for a moment and let Nitro FM 96.2 take the airwaves. But we'll be back when we continue the fun here at Dragstalgia 2022. And we're back once again, and that is one cracking pickup truck. Just heard it do a lovely little burnout as well there. (1956) F100. Right, just moving up towards the top end, goes through with a 1540 at 87 miles an hour. That's right, you know we were talking about those showmanship trophies. They were all last year's ones. We got the year wrong.
I thought it was, yeah.
Yeah, I had that corrected by our ever-observant listeners. Thank you.
Yeah, funny how only everyone listens when we get stuff wrong. Yeah. No one ever says anything else.
No, nobody listens to us when we get it right. But thanks ever so much indeed. We will always stand
I'm only joking, it's good.
Yeah, thanks to Alfie, who let me know on that one. Cheers, mate. Well, these two certainly got the hammer down for this one.
Good race, which the Nova is going to win at a 991
Nice
through
one.
34.
Yeah, that's Luke Hoskins actually in the Auto Glim lane. The car used to be sort of a dusty red and green. Painted it the best colour as you know, which is black. Looking good.
Only colour for a race car, you know that. Matte black, not least of which because it annoys the photographers. Of which I used to be one, so I can say that.
Still getting plenty of messages through. Scott Collin has been in touch, having a little dig at Stuart Flitton. We've only seen Stuart put one run in today so far in the 100E, the blue one. He's got a 9.82 to beat. Scott Collin is working on Adrenaline Rush at home to make sure it's ready for the hot rod drag. So a very, very good afternoon to you. Jeanette Webster is at home watching. A very good afternoon to you. Watching the television, sorry, watching the coverage on the TV with Mac, of course. Oh no, just had a message.
Look at that from Steve Johnson, what a run! Oh, dearie me. Such a shame he had to get out of that. That was 109 to 60 foot. He was really on one that time. They certainly got the launch sorted out.
When I think you get an oh no, it's just one of those things you don't want. Didier Caniquet, you know, the racer who was due to be here this weekend, coming over from France, but can't get at the moment due to red tape. And you know what that means. They got to the border, or there is a border issue, getting the car over here. Oh, for goodness sake, world, wake up. We just want to play. We want to have fun. Stop this red tape bureaucracy.
Exactly that.
What can I say than that? Ugh, fed up with it.
Yeah, Didier's been over a number of times
He
and
has,
supported
yeah.
us.
Yeah. 1290 plays 1462. Didn't really get a chance to have a good look at the two cars going through there. I was too busy being disgusted by that issue for Didier. Honestly, though, I mean, the amount of red tape in this world these days, everybody just wants.
There is a
don't
school
they?
of thought and a bit of a fingers crossed that there may be an exemption.
Well, I hope so. I
Yeah,
hope so.
because if you're just coming over to race for a short period of time or to show or exhibit a vehicle,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like anyway.
Well, it's just so frustrating. It's taxing our entertainment, and I don't like it.
Something like that. Well, for this weekend, I was going to say there's a lot of visitors we would hopefully normally have from up there in Scandinavia that aren't. Who we would love to see here, because it was supposed to be the return of. There was supposed to be 2 Norwegian front-engine cars coming over. Anyway, it is what it is. We're here, we're having fun. We have no restrictions on our activities. Although they're saying that from Norway, they always had to have some form of travel documentation to come from Norway. Always, not in the EU. Anyway.
So, Gary Atkinson with the time lock.
Into full stage.
I don't think he meant to do that.
Of course he didn't, but no, he's going to back out again quickly.
Relatively quiet in the lanes, unless they're just taking their time moving
I think
forward.
they probably are. It's stacked.
Yeah. Right. Let's see how Gary gets on. Nice. 975, 133. Right. Ian Smith with the Morris Minor. He's called Minor Issues. Just seen it on the masking tape on the back there. Going alongside the VW based car from the 70s. Well, that's straight and true.
We're also about to have our weekend debut of possibly one of the most famous Volvos in the world now.
Oh, is it?
It is.
My goodness me.
It is. With a passenger on board as well.
Ah, now this passenger is from a TV company.
Okay.
They're doing some filming this weekend. So, you know, the car and the bits, this and that and the other. So part of it was they were going to take one of the production crew for a passenger ride in the car.
And why not?
Ain't No Saint, the Volvo.
I presume not running in Gasser Circus.
No, it doesn't. It never competes actually. It just does run what you run all the time.
Yeah.
Lee with his 3 daughters, they share the driving on the car. Had a lot of work done on the engine, which they did hurt that. Was it last year or the year before? So yeah, a few nice shiny new bits in the car. Well, 150 to 60 foot. That is looking exceptionally good. 10.55 at 105 miles an hour. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely fantastic run for Ain't No Saint, and that was a checkout pass basically. Brilliant stuff.
It's all right, as long as I hold it that far away.
Okay, so we continue, and this is I can't remember if it was Neve, or if it's yes, it is Neve down there. Sorry, they got their race numbers are 1 apart. need to get this car into the 14s or even the low 15s, but 16.11 that time round, 14.39 for the Ford.
So the Fallen Angel Nostalgia Super Soccer down there in the Auto Glim Lane, taking on the Hot Wheels branded 5-window in the Kestrel Lane.
Interesting thing with Lee Johnson's run there, and ain't no saying, he was pedalling that. And it still went 10.55. PB is 10.01.
I think he's is it not dipped into the nines? Not quite.
No. Eleanor has got the quickest run at 10.01. But all being well, if he goes solo and nails it all the way through, that, fingers crossed, will be in the nines.
Yeah, the weather might be a little bit against him this weekend because it's a bit warm, well, warmer than we normally have anyway. 11:48, 113 for the 5-window against 11:43, 150. Yeah, about 115. I thought I was reading things because all the numbers were too similar.
Chris Tyhurst and Adam Novak. If I'm right, that was on prom duty last night or the night before.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness me!
There's a few of them out there that are doing it, so why not? I don't know if it was Chris or Adam doing the duties, but the car certainly was.
It always makes me laugh when I get messages like that. Look, just read that, look.
So, 12.55 plays a 13.05. So, Stuart Arthur in the Kestrel Beer Lane. I don't know if Stuart's put a run in yet today. I must admit I can't recall it at the moment. Going alongside Dave Simcock, the Watts Speed Shop. $10.24, 129 there for Dave. And 13.24 at 102. So Stuart Arthur going through there.
Yeah, you might be right actually with the lane stretching out, but I think it's just people pushing down in the warm weather.
Yeah.
I've just realised, now we've got their sunscreens here. Do we get Colin and Darryl put on it, do you think?
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Well, it would say like Colin, Darryl, Luke. Yeah, that'll work, wouldn't
Guest.
it? Yeah, guess that'll work. Well, people will need to know.
Yeah. We think that's Patrick Hobbs driving the car this weekend, according to the entry for Gasser Circus. Just coasting on through there. 17.91 at 41 miles an hour.
Old enough for you, sir.
Chilly as you like, yes. Yeah, we were just discussing now, we've got sunscreens here. We need to put Colin, Darryl, and probably Keith, actually, there would be quite good.
Yeah, because you're here this weekend.
Yeah,
we need to get,
there.
you know when we get buses and they're changed on
That's
the front?
the one,
we need
yeah.
those. So, Keith, if you can have your name made, please, we can put you up in the window.
Can we? Is it all right if we just have a quick yab while we got a quiet moment, sir? Right, I'm hoping Hoping we have the working headset. We're joined up in the tower by Mr. Keith Lee, who was a bit miffed with me for pointing out his voice reminds me of my childhood. I think is the polite way of putting it. Anyway, Keith, welcome back.
No, what I think I said was, you make me feel like an old git. But everybody knows that already anyway, so...
I'm not saying any more. Anyway, so obviously one of your few trips up here of the year, but a very exciting weekend nonetheless. I mean, it's always a bit bittersweet, though, because it's always a case of every time we come, it's great to see everybody. However, we're saying goodbye to somebody at the same time, isn't it?
Well, that's very true. I mean, John Hobbs has been around...
Oh, he hasn't died, anyone, by the way.
No.
Sorry. Just need to point that out. He's actually stopping racing, sorry. Carry on.
Oh, dear. Say no more.
Yeah.
No, I mean, John Hobbs has been racing since the very start of Sounder Pod. I mean, his first bike sprint and drag race was in the same year that Sounder Pod opened, so it's been a long time. And he's arguably the biggest name from two-wheel drag racing, because he established himself, you know, in the late 60s, setting records with his 500 Triumph, getting world records. Then he moved on to the double-engine bikes and made those very successful. A lot of other people ran doubles as well. And he really did move the sport on. It was a very competitive time, awful lot of entries. You know, and he was a real force to be reckoned with. The Hobbit, the double Wesley, it got a lot of publicity, and it was a time when all the newspapers, I mean, I wrote for Motorcycle Weekly, Jim Reynolds was covering it for Motorcycle News, and there was that little bit of rivalry between us as well in the weeklies. And we had sort of like fortnightly columns on drag racing. We covered the races. It was a great time.
They were, not to interrupt at all, but they really, really were absolutely the rock stars of the time for motorsport.
Yeah, I mean, there was sponsorship coming in at that time. And as John himself said, when he came out with the Hobbit, they were starting to get very fast terminals, and the fueler drivers and the funny car drivers used to come across to the barrier to watch them go through, because they really were motoring. You know, I mean, I know now the speeds have gone up unbelievably since then. But when you look at the bikes as well, back in the day, they were totally different animals, but everything was moving on so quickly. Nowadays, it's progression with an awful lot of engineering going into the bikes, and it's different with all the computers and everything else. But back in those days, you had to do it. It was seat of the pants, combined hopefully with a lot of thought going in, but without the aid of a computer to tell you that you've done something really stupid.
What I was going to say as well on that point is that these days there is an endless amount of data that they can use to tell them what to do, whereas in those days, a lot of people don't realise is you look at the racetrack now, we've got 60 foot, 330, half track, 1,000 foot, finish line, you've got all what we call incremental times. Then you used to have from there to there. You just had an ET slip and mile an hour, and that was it, wasn't it? There were no incrementals at all, so you had to kind of work out what was working where just by feel, like you just said.
Absolutely. I think it's certainly true that back in the day, it took a long time for people actually to realise that those first few feet made all the difference. You think of, say, Alf Hagen was the leading guy around in the 60s, but he used to oil his tyre.
Really?
Yeah, because the Avon slicks were so hard.
Okay.
I think the story was that George Brown was very much the guy who developed what he wanted the slick to be to suit his bike. And his was a big, heavy bike. Alf's was a lot lighter. But to get it to break traction, because he said it was almost like wood, you put some oil on it. And by doing that, of course, if you're running a single speed, or even two speeds, you need to get the bike going. But it's this thing of those first few feet, you've actually lost a lot of elapsed time. In the early 70s, the bike riders were realising they needed to lock up more and get the bike away. The problem was the gearboxes of the day were rubbish. Most people used A&C Nortons, and the scrap heaps were probably full of drag racers having killed so many gearboxes. I think John Hobbs probably did about 150.
Oh, goodness.
Dave Clee, with his weight, probably did about 200.
It's what happens when you're groundbreaking or you're, finding out, I guess, isn't it, a lot of the time?
Well, there literally wasn't anything available. I mean, you think like the cars, the V8s of the early days were rubbish, weren't they? People put them in a dragster, and Harold Bull would come along and run about 2 seconds faster than the V8s with his little 1000cc BMC, because it was set up to run hard.
It was optimised for what it was going to do. If anyone out there is wondering why Mr. Lee, standing next to us, has such a terrific knowledge of these kind of things and bikes, and thinking, why doesn't that man write a book? Funny you should say that, because...
Yeah, very true. I've written John Hobbs and the Age of the Twins, and it is, I hope, an excellent history of the sport as it's grown up. It's based around John, who, as we said, is having his last race here at Sounder Pod this weekend. But it does cover all the bikes of the era. I mean, twin cylinders, twin engines were probably the go-to setups in the day. Mind you, you did see some horrible little single-cylinder machines like Brian Chapman's that could take on anything. But that
I was going to say horrible was a bit harsh, because they I know.
They are Brian's bikes. I mean, what can you say about it? I mean, 500cc Vincent Comet was not the favoured Vincent engine. The V-twins were the machines. They were the powerful ones, but Brian always thought that was too much for him, because he's only small in stature, but he got every single ounce of power out of that little Vincent. And the tracks as they were, I mean, you look at it now and the work that goes in from Ian and the crew.
None of that.
You did actually get Sperex VHT sprayed at some of the Sounder Pod events, but then when you went to an airfield track, you got what you got. Blackbush was famed for quarter-mile rooster tails, the smokers' meetings, which were my favourites.
Yeah,
to see a fueler doing the whole quarter.
Although commentating from this angle was a bit of a challenge, I should think. But
well, yeah, but we weren't across here at that time.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to live in the Yellow Tower when it was over there, because part of this is the old original 1966 tower right at the end, very much revamped and
look at this.
Done up.
I know.
But this bit across here only dates from Nick Pettit will tell you the date, but it's probably round about 1980-ish, the last bit.
Yeah, I think it was when it was built on. It was here before that, though. It was built in the 70s, wasn't it? And then it was added to be a control tower.
Yeah. They had the gantry across, because I remember 72, I think it was, the very first flame burnouts. I did get up here on the scaffold boards.
That's right, to be above it. Just very quickly. Most of us can't remember the reason we walked into the kitchen to get something. How on earth do you remember this amount of information from that long ago? Did you keep notes? Have you still got some of that? I know you've got an awful lot of photographs, obviously, which certainly help with recollections.
Well, I've still got, I've probably got all my notebooks that I had, but a lot of the things that happened... I think a lot of the things that actually happened were sort of memorable, and probably because I took a hiatus for a few years, I've got sort of that era I sort of remember well until I came back in, whereas
muddied up with anything else.
Yeah, I think that's true, and it was such an intense time, because I suppose I was writing, I was photographing, I was commentating. I was also the steward of the meeting for a few years as well. Annie was up here with me. keeping notes of the times and trying to keep some semblance of order. So it was full on, but I think if you're interested, you remember it. I mean, you talk about me remembering, but the stats that you've got in your head about people's best times, because the thing you said about the incrementals, you just keep all those incrementals in your head as well. Oh yeah, so-and-so from Sweden. Oh yeah, I know, they've run a one flat at so-and-so. They've done this on the 8th.
Yeah,
I just can't
fair point,
get over
although
that.
we do have a lot of technology to help us remember, but yes, there is a bit of remembering.
Yeah, but I observe what people are up to, and you're down on the start line with some of that. The interesting thing this weekend is with the Cannonball Run, because I'm just writing a...
Oh, I just need to call that one. Chris Todd, 892, but look at the terminal speed, 159 miles an hour.
In a Fiesta.
Ford Fiesta.
That's the one, yeah, there we go.
Oh, dear.
You were saying about the Cannonball
Yeah,
Run,
the
Kev,
original Cannonball Run was 1981.
That's right.
And that was the year that John Price joined myself in the commentary tower. And that was a crazy race. It really was crazy. But Annie was saying to me only the other day that, of course, she was jotting down all the times to work out sort of who the winners were, because there was actually quite a lot of rules for that one. You had points for if you won. You had the basic time. You got extra time if you won. You got a different extra time if you came in as an alternate. If you crossed the centre line, you got time added on. And if you took out the mirrors, you got even more time added on. And I mean, the final of that first race is something you could not replicate ever.
I can even remember it like it was last week. I was 9 and I can remember it like it was last week.
In fact, my YouTube, well, I say YouTube, it's on Facebook. For some reason, it's been shared everywhere at the moment. Again, I put it on years ago, which was the final when Gladiator with Bootsy Heritage did the burnout across the line, dumped the guts of the car, oil all up the track, and Owen Hayward came in as an alternate. And I think there was
staged right off to the side.
There was probably about 5 feet width between the oil slick and the edge of the track, and he raced. It was absolutely unreal. There was screaming in the tower, and it was unreal. But it tied in with the... let's hang on for another out. It tied in with the philosophy of the Cannonball Run, though. Totally madcap. And, of course, it spawned the birth of Captain Chaos.
Who is back this weekend?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well, we can't have everything, can we? No, it's great to see John again, and I think Annie taught him all he knew about commentating, so she kept him in order.
Good.
But he seemed to have done very well. Yeah, he seemed to have done very well for himself over the years. So it's up here at the pod. But,
not working. That's good.
Yeah.
I could go with that.
But I must admit, when I look back at the commentating, I think I was always a reluctant commentator anyway, but I knew I sort of knew my limits, and you guys, I must say, are just absolutely amazing. You're non-stop all day. I mean, if one of you's doing it all day, I did it a couple of times, and I said, this is ridiculous, you know, I cannot do that, you know. It's
all day, every day.
Yeah. And I mean, especially what we had there, the valve amplifier was pushing out. I dread to think how many watts that thing had, but I know I used to get sunburn even on a cold day. It was enormous. It was what?
Oh dear.
Nearly 4 foot high, 2 foot wide, 2 foot deep, with enough valves in there. Well, what can you say? But it was interesting, but lovely to commentate on a lousy day. like in the winter, or
Yeah, it keeps you warm. That's why we like jet cars up here in the in November. It's great to keep you warm. But I don't know whether I had one of those. There's lots of one of the good things about this event, obviously, is getting to see cars that you haven't seen for a long time, getting to see people you haven't seen for a long time.
Oh yeah.
I had one of those moments this morning riding down here this morning when I rode down here and rode past the Cannonball Arrow.
He hasn't seen it.
You haven't seen it yet.
Yeah,
you will get, all being well, you will get to see Bill Sherritt's 1981 Cannonball winning.
now that I want to see.
There you go. Ricky Gowan, the chap that owns it. I think he was alive when it was happening. He's a younger lad. That's the original car.
Now that is something else, because that was Don Prudhomme's car, wasn't it?
That's exactly right. It was the army car.
Well, I must admit.
But if you want to go, the one thing that always strikes me about cars of that era, well, there's two things. First one is how small they look. They look really, really, really small. Like when our good friend from Sweden had brought all of the Nostalgia Funny cars over, they look tiny. They look really tiny.
Yeah,
the other thing about it as well is just how simple it looks. There's no wires, well, apart from mag wires, but there's hardly anything to it. It's very, very straightforward, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, very much so. I mean, it's like with the Paul Harris tribute, Dennis Brittle tribute Monza. You know, when it came out again, you say it's so compact.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's. I mean, the cars of today are a different breed, but I'm not going to go that one. It's not my. They are incredible. I must admit, I'm someone who loves the old character, but I appreciate any of these machines for what they can do.
Well, it's like any sport or anything. It's all about evolution, isn't it? And it's when it was in its formative days and simpler. I'm not going to say simpler times, but it's just different, isn't it? It's just evolution. This is almost a perfect example of this. Believe it or not, that used to be Mark Flavel's Pop, that car. It looks unrecognisable these days. In the hands of the Rushford family, it looks absolutely immaculate, I must say.
Well, they've done a fabulous job with it. Ooh.
A little bit too close to the wall, and having a wiggle at half track, thinks better off it.
And we definitely don't want to see them do a bad job on it. I mean, that car is beautiful.
Lovely.
And the Pops are just, there are so many of them now. Like the Topolinos. In a car designed in 1936, and there are dozens of them still on the track now, and they're still coming out.
They seem to be more appearing now than they were produced back in the day. It's rather bizarre.
Well, it's like me and Colin were talking about Nostalgia Superstock. 57 cars entered, right? Now, where have they all come from?
Yeah, well, it is amazing.
So Duncan Beard with the Thunder God. But anyway, Keith, I didn't mean to take up all of your day yabbing, but I really appreciate you coming up as always. The book is available from?
There will be some over the weekend or on Saturday and Sunday on the Hall of Fame marquee.
I need one, please. Yes, thank you.
It's always great to be up here. This is just a fabulous weekend. I mean, to me, it's without doubt the highlight of the season, but it's just grown and grown and grown, this event.
I'm very pleased to see you have hats with you, because obviously if you're out on the start line tomorrow carrying a radio mic taking pictures, it's going to be a bit warm out there as well. So
yeah, and I can't afford to especially not with a hole in my head anyway.
That's it's a very good idea.
Okay, cheers guys. Anyway.
We really look
Thank you
forward
very
to
much indeed, Keith. Much appreciated.
It's one of those things we can't really do this event without Keith and the mic knowledge. So Keith, we really do thank you.
We tried and we failed.
Yeah, we
miserably.
failed miserably. That is a great looking run for Duncan.
He's been in the 8s before. That's going to be another 8, I should say, by the look of it. 8.53 at 150.
Yeah, that'll do
149.
very, very nicely indeed. Well done.
I think you might be out of a job soon, Des.
Cheeky little thumbs up from Des, but there we go. So much Run What You Brung still to come. It's only 20 past 2 in the afternoon here. Just over 2 hours of general Run What You Brung, then our track crew will take a well-earned break as we get ready for our 5 o'clock first round proper for a lot of our race classes this weekend. We really look forward to seeing some great track action. There's a lot of in the pits, not putting runs in straight away. They're going to save it for later on. Oh, that's launched really hard. 142 to 60 foot for the Yenko. Low 10s, perhaps in the 9s this time. 9.75, 138. Lovely looking run that. And 14.27 and 100 miles an hour. First appearance of the weekend from one of the team cars from Williams Brothers Racing. James Oliver going alongside Katie Booth. So this will be a good benchmark actually, because Ollie's car generally runs like clockwork, but this will give them an indication of air temperature and how the cars react. If it goes in the 9.3s, then they know there's not a lot of air out there. If it's in the 9.2s, it's not too bad. Lovely front wheels up launch as per usual. So is it a 9.3 or is it a 9.2? Well, it's a 9.29. It was pretty much where we thought the car would be. 142. Katie goes through with a 10.41, 130 mile an hour. Right, Honky Tonky number 2. Didn't exactly go straight on its last run. Did a big weave to the right as it left the line, going alongside the belly tank. Now, on the belly tank on its last run, the left rear wheel was just spinning all the way to half track. Arrow straight this time from Honky Tonky number 2. And once again, it's that left rear wheel spinning all the way up to half track. In actual fact, Honky Tonky taking a bit of a weave at the stripe, but expertly controlled. Yeah, off the throttle, 10.36.88, 14.94 at 96 mile an hour. So Steve Matthews with the original Honky Tonkin, going alongside the 50s pickup. So Steve regularly gets this car into the mid 9s, 9.5, stroke line, low 9.6s. That left pretty well. Arrow straight. 9.72 at 135, and that's purely due to the heat out there. It's just very warm out there. Ray Turner with green onions. The car was a consistent 12-second car. It's like 12.0 pretty much every time it came out. And, once or twice did dip it into the 11s, and now he's got this brilliant Jeff Bull motor in there. He's in the high 10s and giving the green onions a new lease of life. Simon Glenn in the Kestrel Beer Lane. I think that's his first run of the day, actually, 11:57. And once again, a 10.9. Ray Turner. Car going exceptionally well. Robbie Grabham with Freddy's Revenge. Underneath the tap. Fantastic. First run today. They took it back to benchmark settings, if you like. 727, 190 mile an hour on his first run. Which actually is the low ET of the day so far. Did you step outside?
Yeah.
Is it warm?
Yeah. It's warm just there.
Ah, right.
Let alone outside. Oh, it's lovely. Just the most beautiful day to go drag racing. So, Robbie, earlier on, was it 7:27?
7:27, 190. Brilliant run.
Now, the actual Dragstalgia Cannonball doesn't start till tomorrow. So there's obviously something they want to try out on this run.
Yeah. Well, no, they just can't wait.
I think that's probably what it is, yeah.
They want value for money. They've driven all this way up here.
I was just going to say, the big cost these days is definitely getting here, isn't it?
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. .108 to 60, but Robbie bouncing around all over the racetrack. It's 190. It's exactly the same speed as last time. The only difference is he's knocked 300ths of a second off the ET. So 190.52 again, but this time it's a 724 instead of a 727. Going in the right direction, apart from weaving all over the place, getting there.
And bouncing, definitely get that man the straight jacket. Won that one.
Great entertainment. Well done, Robbie.
Oh. I think that was the Volvo. With passenger on board.
I can only assume it's a different passenger this time. Hey, a great passenger run on the first one. I mean, 10:55. Stout job. Gary Cork, my word, goodness me, he's had value for money today out of his runs. Ross count, 7 or 8 he's done now. Oh, stop, there's fluid underneath. Ain't no saint. I don't like the look of that, unfortunately. Stop the car very quickly indeed.
We can see where that's coming from too. Unfortunately, that may be a weekend-ending run.
1180, 112 for Gary. Oh, what a great shame. But you can see Lee's daughter's heading out there. A very good afternoon to you, ladies. Sorry. You're having to walk up to the car. That wasn't part of the plan this weekend. But make sure that when you visit the shops towards the end of the year, you look out for this Hot Wheels car because an international entry of cars from different countries all around the world, and this was the car that was chosen to be made into a Hot Wheels die-cast model, and it's going through production pre-checks at the moment and should be available in the shops towards the end of the year. It won't be a surprise to see a bulk of the sales for that car being made in the UK, but there has been a lot of interest worldwide for the Ain't No Saint Volvo. And the story and seeing Lee and the family when they were awarded, you know, the moment when they found out that their car was chosen was so special indeed. All sorts of things planned for the car for the rest of the year. I don't know what the plan is for this weekend though, so that certainly wasn't part of it. Whilst our track crew tidy everything up down there. We're going to give the airwaves to Nitro FM 96.2, but we will take it back when we continue the fun here at Dragstalgia. What a brilliant set of new adverts Nitro FM have got this weekend. I've been listening throughout the day, and you know, some of the stuff that they're coming out with at the moment is absolutely brilliant. Not that it always isn't good, but just noticed a few of the new ones coming through. Nicely done. Right, we are back, and it is what I affectionately call the Aussie Falcon, and I am going to go and find this car, and I'm going to go and find this driver tonight and have a chat, because that is just so cool. The reason I'm calling it the Aussie Falcon, it's right-hand drive, not left-hand drive. Now, obviously, if it's an import from the States, it would be a left-hand drive car. Right, a message from signing on. We have not had many crew sign on for later on, so if you are crew and that you'll be your teams will be racing from 5 o'clock onwards, we need the crew to sign on, please. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit embarrassing when they tell you can't go down to the start line. So, crew that are part of race teams haven't signed on yet. Can you please do so? Thanks very much indeed. Right, this is Matthew Hollins with the Grey Willis. And I know I've mentioned it before, but say it again, Sleep at Violent Springs. That was the only decal that was run on the Willis in that film, Hot Rod, way back when. That's right, good looking run there for Matt, 11.06, 117. Knocking on the door of the 10s. Next up, it's Roaring Rat, the governor here at Santa Pod. He did a run earlier, but was so eager to like put some preload in the torque converter, it rolled through the beams and didn't give us a time or speed. So Keith just going back into the burnout box, just get those rear tyres a little bit wetter. Makes life a little bit easier on the burnout. And you can see why the car is struggling to do a burnout. The car has a very, very strange line lock, and it is a manual valve. It's not like an electronic push button, and it does make it a little bit difficult to do a burnout. And the other thing, of course, is Keith has been driving the Comet over the last few meetings, so it's an adjustment to get back into Roaring Rat. But this car, a huge amount of history over the years. And actually just going back, come up with plan B in a moment. Pairing lanes look like they are chock-a-rock with cars and bikes, of course, that will be taken to the quarter mile this afternoon. Well, that definitely sounds like one of our Pro Stock bikes that are in attendance this weekend. Indeed it is.
Kev Milling?
It is, yep. He's this will be his third run of the weekend. His first two were both 9.3.
However, he did run the quickest ever time for an H2 a year ago this weekend. I think he went down in the 8.4s, something like that, or thereabouts.
Yeah, outstanding. Right, we're going to send Kev on his way first, and then the other Kawasaki will follow.
Now, you notice what Kev's done is he's stayed way off out of the racing line for a simple reason that a lot of the nostalgia cars and bikes do have trouble hooking up on the fully prepped race surface. 973, 140.
Yeah, I had gear shift issues on that one. It's definitely first to second and second to third. Wasn't shifting the way it should have done, and that just hurt the ET by 0.4 of a second. So the other Kawasaki goes through with a 1288 at 105.
Well, I must say I'm impressed. Simon's actually done a burnout this time with the Rocket. See what difference this makes to the lap time. I'm not going to spam him with any messages on the way down the racetrack.
Did he still respond or not?
No.
He's probably really frustrated with you. Going alongside Jason Pickett with the Cherry Bomb 55 Chevy.
Pretty evenly matched these two,
I was
actually.
going to say exactly the same thing, actually. Yeah, very evenly so. Both in the Gas Circus this weekend. First round for them of their official slot, if you like, after 5 o'clock this evening.
Oh, dearie me, Simon framed that reaction time. 005. Although he did start moving before the tree actually ran. But,
He'll take it, he'll take it.
Well done. 11.13 at 1:20 for the Rocket and 11.21 for the Cherry Bomb on the other side with a very respectable as well, 0.4 light. Well, there we go, Simon. The tree practice is going perfectly, mate. Well done.
That's a real good matchup, that. Really good.
Good race.
Chris Tyhurst and Simon Ringwood. That's right, Chris is getting real. Chris is going to have to go get some petrol later on, unless he's bought a fuel tanker with him. I don't know.
Did he drive up here then?
That I'm not sure. Oh, a lot of wheel spin off the line there for Chris, getting a bit over eager with his right foot off the line. Simon Ringwood, meanwhile, 985, 132.
And long gone.
What's this? Nostalgia Superstock benefit racing. It's just like stockers after stockers at the moment. Lee Childs.
Wait till 6 o'clock.
Yeah. I can't. Going alongside Chris Goodale. So Chevy versus Plymouth. Now then, Lee went 10-0 and I think Chris went 10-3 when these two lined up a little bit earlier on.
Just in case.
Well, the noddy knock gets thrown around in the back once again for Lee. That's a good looking run for Lee. Is he back in the nines? No, not quite. 10.04 and off pace 10.70 for Chris.
He backed out of that just before the finish line, Lee did. I'm not sure what the problem was.
Let's not forget, Lee Childs won door slammers, if you remember, earlier on this year. Did exceptionally well. $5 to the good he was on that day. Grand Rollins, the Wild Lunch VW powered little slingshot. $10.01. Oh, he has been in the nines though. That's more like it for Roaring Rat. God, this time last year I had a very expensive race with that man.
Which you won.
Which I won, but at what cost?
Don't say it out loud.
No, definitely not.
Almost the cost of a French holiday.
Yes. Oh dear. So, Roaring Rat then, Keith Bartlett, 1086 at 127 miles an hour, that's right. The Falcon's getting quite a few laps in today now.
Going to be out running in Gasser Circus a little bit later on today.
Yeah, we think it's Patrick Hobbs driving the car today from our understanding of the booking in. .1150, 117 miles an hour. Open the window to wind the window up. The reason for that is that the door bar will be in the way from the roll cage, so much easier to open the door to close the window. I know that because I've got exactly the same issue with mine.
It's a very cool issue to have, though.
It is,
to be honest. It's very good.
So I think that's Shelby Watts going alongside Adrian Portelli. A couple of Nostalgia Superstock cars. 1078 plays 1109. First time we see Chris Lehman today, actually.
It is, you're right.
So he's getting a run in before qualifying proper later on. Don't forget, we've got first round eliminations tomorrow night for Nostalgia Superstock because it'll be a 64 car ladder.
Which deserves a round of applause on its own.
It does, yeah. Chris Lehman goes through with a 1260. Nice run.
With a 0.
Yeah, if he dials that in, it'd be perfect.
It'd be fine.
That's a car that I do not know at all. The Mustang down in the left lane. Let's have a quick look, see who we've got there. Dan Sanderson, a new name to Nostalgia Superstock. Welcome, Dan.
I think they're both new names, weren't
Yes, they are, yeah. Got, I think that was James Sweeney in the other lane. No, Connor. No, sorry, James. 1379. Nice little opener there. For Dan Sanderson. The unmistakable Bobby Wright in the Wild Bunch altered. And the new driver of Old Scatterbolts. It's Phil Hobson. So his debut in that car this weekend.
Now, if you call your car the Rocket or the Hurricane, you don't mind if it lives up to its name.
Yeah.
This car, you'd never, ever want to live up to its name.
What is really good though, if you've got a car that's eligible for the Nostalgia Superstock and you sell the said car and it stays in the class and the car that you buy comes into the class, you're +1.
That's the way to do it.
It's absolutely brilliant. Bobby goes through with a 1015. 1202 there for Phil Hobson.
I think that's what the Williams brothers have done for years.
Yeah, you've got the Williams brothers to do it. Obviously, Duncan Watts does it, obviously, for the Watts Speed Shop. So, yeah, it's a good job we got people like that around. Keeps the car count coming up. Right, Stuart Flitton. All of a sudden, Scott Collins' ears at home were pricked up in the workshop. We get, oh, Stuart's running. I've got to go and watch it. Monica, quick, come and have a look. That's what he'll be doing. I predict it. He'll message me later on.
I'm sure.
He'll say that. And then after the run, he'll go, oh, congratulations, you beat my best ever time, or, oh, never mind, mate, you've got to go faster.
It's one wicked little car, that.
670 at 104 at the 8th. 1053, 127. Very nice run indeed, actually, there for Stuart.
Outstandingly good.
But Scott's going, oh, I've been quicker. There we go. 1244 for the Plymouth. I love saying that because there's so many of them.
Well, let's face it, you're going to have a lot of practice at saying it.
Yeah, we are.
So, as I mentioned before...
This is Gary Norman, his first run of the weekend, and he's in the NSA Bike Shootout. Now, obviously, tomorrow when Keith's here, he'll be able to tell you all the facts and figures. All I know at the moment, that's Gary Norman.
Once again, staging off to the side so he doesn't get stuck in the middle, so to speak. Nice looking run. Very nice looking run. 12 flat, 115 mile an hour.
That's a Norton that Gary Norman rides. Well, maybe a little bit of a concern in the Kestrel Beer Lane. I saw track crew legs aside, just approaching 300 foot.
Yeah, just a little bit of a clean-up going on again. Hope everybody out there is keeping hydrated and either out of the sun or has lots of sunscreen on. I know it sounds like Nan telling you what to do. However, I recently walked 26 miles for charity and got sunburnt like a complete twonk.
Because you didn't take suntan lotion with you?
Oh, I did.
You
It was in the bloody bag, right? The problem...
Didn't you think about stopping?
Right, the thing was, it was only about 17 or 18 degrees. It wasn't hot.
Yeah.
It was all the way along the South Downs, right? So it was from Brighton Racecourse back to Eastbourne, and it's very, very hilly. The
Yeah.
last part is over the Seven Sisters, which, if anyone knows that part of the world, knows it's bloody steep.
Yeah.
Anyway, there were loads of sort of like pit stops, food stops, whatever else as well. They always had loads of suntan lotion. I never put it on, right? So we started about 8 o'clock, or whatever it was. We got to the lunch stop about 16 miles later, something like that, and I'd worn my jumper the whole time because I wasn't warm.
Yeah.
I wasn't warm in the slightest. Yeah. Stopped at lunch, took one bite of my lunch and thought, because I was out the wind, I thought, blimey, this is warm.
Yeah.
Then I took it off and then suddenly realised what had been happening. So, yeah, everybody else had blisters and all the rest of it at the end of the day. I was fine. I didn't have any blisters. My feet were fine. Everything else was fine. Legs were fine. Muscles were fine. However, I felt dreadful because I'd managed to boil all the fluid in the back of my neck. So
Not so good.
No, not so good anyway. Oh, do you know something? The last bit of that, because it's over a bunch of cliffs, the last part, on the south coast. And, there were all people in all sorts of states as well. It was because it wasn't a warm day. People with broken ankles getting airlifted and all sorts of things like that. Bear in mind, it was only a walk. It wasn't a run, just a walk. Anyway, whatever. So, yes, folks, take it from one stupid person up here. It's a good idea to put suntan lotion on and not stay out in the sun all day. There we go. Anyway, we are just going to do a bit of clear up out there. We'll be back with Nitro FM for a couple of moments, and we won't be long. We've still got more Run What You Wrong stuff to go, and then it's qualified later on today.
Well, once again, we are pretty much ready to get things going here at Dragstalgia. Day 1 of 3, an absolutely glorious afternoon. Just having a look through the binoculars, looks like we're sharing the facility with, I think there's a little event going on right at the end of the racetrack to the right-hand side. I didn't spot them earlier, so maybe they've just come in. But yeah, there is another function. Well, it's actually quite a long way away, but it's weird that you can see something up there. Right, so we continue then. Let's have a look to see who appears from underneath the tower. One of the Gas Circus entry cars, that is Simon Glenn. And one of our Nostalgia Superstock cars is the El Camino, the pickup. Now, I'm not sure if this has actually put a run in yet today. But Paul Smale will be obviously going for it in qualifying a bit later on, but I believe this is his first run of the day. So, Simon Glenn, Paul Smale. Simon's car won't stay in pre-stage. There we go. .12.17 plays at 12.76. Simon Glenn just fractionally quicker than Paul Smale there. All right, Spencer Tidswell with the Battle Axe Warrior. Now, I'm not going to look behind, but that's got to be James Hall.
It is.
Yeah, it's little Fabs. That's so weird, isn't it? You getting that as well, Daddy Nitro FM? Okay. Ah, right, there we go. Learn something new every day. 972, 136. The numbers put up there by Spencer. So weird. No, if you're wondering what the crackling is, I think there's a very good explanation there from Oz, actually. And when the car leaves the line, the crackling that you'll hear will disappear.
Yeah, because it's away from us.
Meanwhile, we've got the slowest reversing Wild Punch car ever. Joking aside, Vinny and the team with Sonic Attack 2. Now, I believe that is, and I think Ollie messaged me, that is the X cooped up car.
It is.
Ollie H. Smith's car, yeah. .1102 and 1266. Next up then for the Supercharged Outlaws then.
So Jim's had a little bit of trouble going in a straight line so far today. But when he susses it out, it will be super, super quick. PB down in the high 8s. He's also the newest member of the Supercharged. Certainly likes launching. 995, 116 miles an hour. Jim Tucker. First fuel altered of the weekend underneath the tower. We have a number of them here for your viewing pleasure this weekend. That's Adam Clayton with the firecracker. Adam was here a year ago at Dragstalgia. Unfortunately, just beset by gremlins all weekend. No matter how hard the team worked, nothing seemed to go right. But put back together over the last year or so. Made a couple of test runs, burnouts and everything up at Melbourne Raceway near York about a month ago, and he's entered and very, very excited to be back here running this weekend. One thing that's very interesting bit of trivia is he is the grandson of the first ever Cannonball winner, Mr. Bill Sherritt, standing down there on the start line. That's Bill out front, as you can tell with the shiny hair. Underneath all that shiny hair, though, is a hell of a lot of experience at driving short wheelbase supercharged cars. Adam is absolutely not shy at all with his right foot. So, test launch, I'm sure, for Adam. Do you know something? I seem to remember it doing exactly the same thing a year ago, where Adam went to nail it, and unfortunately, instead of it hooking and going, it just bounced. But there we go. That's what test runs are all about. Good to see Adam back out there on the start line. Give it a quick shoe through the finish line, 89 miles an hour. He will be part of the Dragstalgia Cannonball over the next couple of days. We've got another beautiful machine round there ready to go. Not sure if he's coming round right this second, or we're going to see a few more gassers first, but all the same.
These two had loads and loads of track time. Whilst we were waiting for the track to open up again after the last little track prep session, the Boxlane camera was walking around this car and wondering about the performance of it. Oh, great big blower stuck to the front of this car. No wonder it's so quick. So Ralph's speed shop entry goes 10:53 at 124. The blower certainly helping push the, so we say, aerodynamically challenged vehicle through the air there. 15:30 at 63. The auto lane.
Yeah, we've also got just being pushed around now. Take a look over your left shoulder, Colin.
I was looking at Simon Press to see if he was going to stick two fingers up at you, actually. But,
I just went and asked him, and he said, yeah, the message came through just as he was pulling off the top end.
Oh, right.
Well,
okay.
No, he said it came through on the run, but he didn't actually see it until he was pulling off the top end. So I said, look, concentrate on the job, get it done.
Brilliant.
So Simon Press with a rocket again in the auto glim lane. Oh, sorry, already had double O reaction time. We were just discussing how we achieved that as well, so it'd be interesting to see what happens this time round.
It was obviously luck.
I'm glad you said that.
I know, I thought I'd save you.
0.15 red for Simon that time round. 11.18 at 117. He said he's happy, a little bit happier with how consistent he was getting the car off the line, but the car's still not consistent on the quarter mile yet. He's got his head into qualifying already.
All right, Graham Scrivens and Glyn Broadman's new ride. This is the car that he's taken over.
Lovely looking piece of kit.
That's Claire Johnson's old Thunder, if you remember.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
Whoa, 10.07, clearly getting very comfortable with that car straight away. 10.83 at 125 grand. Right, a couple more Nostalgia Superstockers. That is the flag jumper of Jake Hawthorne, a regular at all of the Nostalgia Superstock events. Unfortunately, we can't see the full number on the back of this one. Car's had a few runs today. Jake goes through with the 12.11 and 15.41 So James Sweeney with the Plymouth, and I am utterly convinced this Morgan has had aero additions to the front of the car. I say the car not designed for quarter mile racing, but has adapted very, very well indeed. .1066, 127 against a 1056, 125.
If you look at just the size of these two cars as well, bear in mind one is a wagon. Look how much smaller it is. The Husky over there in the Kestrel Lane. Is that a Sport Fury? I think it is, isn't it? It's definitely a Fury.
Yeah, it's definitely a Plymouth, 100%. That's Neil Francis, and of course it is Colin Wood.
What I would say is, look at it and squint, and it looks exactly like the Herbst car.
Yeah. Oh, that's a shame. Oh no, we're going to get numbers. Although Colin rolled the lights, 60 foot of 2.27. Not going to turn into a realistic ET that where that car is. Yeah, it's already been quicker than 12s. 12.34 there for Neil Francis.
Right.
Oh, hello. What have we got ahead of the lanes there?
We have one of our Dragstalgia Cannonball competitors, Christian Zulav, with the Silver Blitz from Switzerland. Fired up. Chassis builder extraordinaire, Mr. John Webster down there helping him out, and Roy Wilding.
Two for the
as
price
well.
of one down there.
You got it, yeah.
Oh, that looks phenomenal.
That blower is definitely too big for the engine. You look at it.
Oh, no, but who cares? Look at that.
What a car. So his personal best with this car is down in the high 7s. However, potential is way quicker than that, need I say.
See Johnson radio communication as well with the driver.
So Christian being from Switzerland, where they cannot race nearly as often as they'd like, basically doesn't get too much in the way of track time. How cool is that? Backup girl suddenly realised that he couldn't see what she was directing because she was standing in front of the car.
Yeah.
So even though the race number on there says AFD, take another stab at the burnout. Yep, that'll work.
Like
Burnout of the day so far.
Yep, that's definitely true.
That was, considering the first burnout, that was absolutely outstanding. It's like, oh, right foot, that works. Yeah, because Christian, there's no way that if the young lady backing him up stands in front of the car, he can see anything. You also wonder how they steer these cars. Well, the simple answer is you've still got a lot of spatial awareness, and as long as you can't see the gantry, you know you're going towards it.
Yeah. So this is a John Webster built car.
Indeed it is.
It's based on the other slingshots he built by the bodywork, but looking at the rear parachute packs, instead of having a single twin, which Grain Vegas and the Motormaster's got, that's been widened for a twin tube.
Well done, Christian. Look at that. Look at the speed. 200 miles an hour. Only 803. What a first run of the weekend for Christian Zulauf. That was absolutely fantastic. Only 1.75 to 60. Only 5.58 to the 8th mile. However, legged it out the back door at over 200 miles an hour. Well, that gives you some idea of the potential of that car.
Oh, we like that.
A lot.
A lot.
More of that, please. Well, we've also got Joe Bond. We've also got Dave Nelson as well this weekend. We've got Mr. Six from last weekend. That's Bob Hawkins too. So we've got plenty of front engine competition for Christian this weekend. Well, let's hope we've got another 6-second front engine machine. So another one of our NSA competitors. I say competitors, it's an exhibition, isn't it, this weekend? With problems almost instantly as he went to leave the start line.
Yeah.
Oh. I don't know why I just thought of that, but there we go. So more gases coming at you. Frankie, the 57. Taking on Dave, is that?
Yeah, that's Dave Mahoney, yeah. Yeah, Dave's first run of the weekend.
Well, the 57 just bumped through stage, whereas Dave Mahoney is long gone with the Camaro 2 at 931, 147 miles an hour.
Good to see the MG back with Grain in Outlaw Street Trim. Going alongside that 39 Ford. Beautiful car. Again, it's another one of those vehicles that when I go around the pits tonight, I'm going to endeavour to find it. It'll probably be up on what I affectionately call the crop circles at the top. That's probably where it'll be based.
Nice looking run in the Autotech Lim Lane, 11:03, 129.
Right, both in the 11s. So Ash Rawson once again in the Kestrel Beer Lane, and of course Richard Granger. Time now, 3:30. We've got an hour left of Run What You Brung for the day, and then it is a half-hour break for our track crew. It's like a dinner break, and then it'll be our dedicated class sessions. Oh, Richard Granger with lots of wheel spin on that one.
Did you just say dinner break?
Yes.
I thought you did.
Yeah, dinner break for the track crew, 4:30 till 5.
Wow.
Well, because we've got a late finish, so...
Only fair.
and they need refreshments because it's hot out there.
10-5-0 with a 0. We've also got John Hale suiting up behind the tower.
Excellent. His first run in that car.
His first run outside of the USA, I think, as well.
Yeah. So good to see Damien Halliwell back with us. Actually, I haven't seen him, I think, about
Street
3 years.
Yeah, Street Eliminator for a while.
Oh, no, he's been pushed back. Don't know quite what the issue is.
You mentioned him. That was what the issue was. You know that.
That'll be a solo for Brian Gibson. The Identity Crisis, Dodge Dart. Oh, stop there. Stop. Stop. 11:44, 116 as he goes on through.
2 sets of no.
Okay, that was, fortunately for us, a very quick clear up. We are back with Damien Halliwell. Yeah, Damien wasn't sure why he got shut off, and obviously it was no fault of his. So everything's good, and he gets another go.
Well, straight and true. Damien goes through with 11.18 at 123. A bit of a double step off the line, but these things happen. 191 to 60 foot tells the story. So yeah, still a little bit of work in the Kestrel beer lane, and that is between the 8th and 1,000 foot markers. So as we look into the lanes, as Darryl said, the Nostalgia Funny car belonging to Rob Elsom, Dirty Deeds car will be coming around the corner in, well, shortly, I think, is the answer to that. Be a good opportunity for John Hale to get one run in at least before he needs to get himself fully settled into the car to take part in the Dragstalgia Cannonball. Also looking in the lanes, we can see Adam Novak's car, we can see Chris Todd's car, and also sort of looking on the monitor as well. That queue goes a fair way back. And what a glorious looking queue that is. Every single vehicle down there having a brilliant time here at Dragstalgia. And it's the first chance I've had a chance to see this one from the front, actually. Just coming directly underneath us here, under the tower. Proper setup in there, Mexican blanket across the front bench seat. Also 1932 Ford sedan. Ragtop. Well, vinyl, well, it's not ragtop, it's proper old sliding roof on the top. Got some guts as well. $14.30 at 93 miles an hour.
So back to 2 lanes, and it's Chris Todd. Can he get over 160 miles an hour in the Escort? Do you happen to know whether he's just entered Run What You Run for today, or he's part of the Custom Car Invitational as well?
Good question.
Okay.
Don't know the answer.
Okay, that's fine.
Adam Novak with the Plymouth in the Kestrel lane. Chris Todd, cheeky little, well, a couple of cheeky little wheelies there.
It's been straighter than ever this weekend. A little slow on the 60, still goes 8.99.
Look at the speed.
162. Do you know what? I'm sure when Ford had the windscreens made for those, they thought we need to make them 170 mile an hour proof, don't we?
Well,
because that's nearly how fast it's going.
Yeah, 8.999, 162 mile an hour from that Fiesta. That is stout. Well, interestingly, neither of these cars have got Nostalgia Superstock numbers on them. It would be nice if they did appear, because that would be 2 more entries in the class if they're not already entered. Only one of them making the run, though. Slight issue in the auto glim lane. So let's see what the Plymouth has got for us as it goes up to the stripe. 1385, that's just a smidge under 100 miles an hour. All right, Bobby Wright.
Blimey, they could have picked a lot lighter car to push back, couldn't they, than that one?
Yeah.
I love the fact there's one guy hanging on the side pretending to push, and it's one marshal actually out front pushing it.
So Bobby Wright with the Altered, as they affectionately call that car.
Into the nines very well with a 975, 138 miles an hour.
Connor Hall. Nice addition to the Nostalgia Superstock scene. $13.60, 98 miles an hour.
So Jacqueline Bartlett round for another one run even with the junior. We still have loads of good stuff coming your way.
Well, she went triple O last weekend. She's been double O today. Cherry this time round.
0.15, same light as Simon. Red anyway. There we go, Simon. Congratulations, mate. You got junior Dragstalgia lights. Well done. So Dave Simcock, one more time with What Shop Dodge. Going to be running in Nostalgia Superstock. Going to be qualifying in Nostalgia Superstock fairly shortly.
I think he was supposed to be going alongside Ian Twaddell, but Ian being moved over to the right-hand side. Oh, I haven't seen Ian put a run in yet, so fingers crossed. I hope that car's okay. Chris Coburn, first time, or was it the second run? I think it's the second actually for Chris.
You know, a lot of cars on the. I don't know if you've seen this on the hood, on the bonnet, have got powered by Ford or Chevy or whatever it might be. That says powered by Black & Decker. Well, Dave Simcock got treed. Not that it matters. 1027, 129 miles an hour.
12:45, 107 there for Chris. So the black GTO coming underneath the tower. Half the engine sticking out of the bonnet. Or hood, to be correct.
No, bonnet.
Yeah.
So, is that Luke Hoskins?
I believe so. But I can't confirm it because it's not coming up.
Okay. It's Outlaw Wrangler number 75, I can see on the side window. That might help you a bit.
Okay.
It's all right, it's only because it's on the side window, so I can see it from here.
Yeah. It is Luke.
Yeah, Luke's out in front, even though he got left on the tree. 9:52, 137 for the little Anglia. Takes it all the way out the back door. And it's M76 and 121 for the big old goat in the other lane.
Right, our good friend Nigel Taylor got in touch. And he said, could I please do a big shout out to Mike and Steve Gates of Hayling Garage with the Pink Duster, which is the car down there. They support the Unusual Car Sales UK site, and my little brother Paul Dale's acute angle racing big time. We cannot thank him enough. So
That's
there we
nice.
go, Mike and Steve Gates of Hayling Garage with the Pink Duster. Has already been in the 9s. This one was a 1011 at 134, but Nigel Taylor, your message has been read out, and Nigel Taylor, one of the world's good eggs, if you like. The Unusual Car Sales social media page is brilliant.
It should be called Seriously Addictive Car Sales.
Yes.
Because the amount of time we spend looking at it. Oh, I'd have
There's
that. I'd have that. I'd have that.
So many cool cars on there.
Basically, it should be like a dating site for cars. You know, where you can swipe left or right. I don't know what that's called, but anyway, yeah. So you can just go right. Want that one? Want that one? Want that one? Want that one? See how quickly you can spend £1 million on there.
Yeah. But Nigel, keep up the great work. A lot of people owe you a drink, I think.
And appreciate it as well, definitely. 11:26 for the Willis, 117.
All right, Billy Jones with that lovely Gasser Circus Willis. There's the other one. Ian Smith with the Chop Morris Minor. If you have a chance to have a look inside that car, he's virtually sat on the back seat of that.
That's all good door slammers on?
Yeah.
Well, purpose-built ones anyway.
It actually looks like a shrunk Willis from up here, doesn't it? In a funny sort of way.
$11.77, $11.85.
I must admit, I was a little bit sort of, what's the word? concerned, if you like, that we weren't going to see Ian Treadell with the 4-pop, but he's made it round, so excellent stuff. And Graham Scrivens again, goodness me, he's getting loads of runs in today.
Plenty, I think. Right after this, we have one of those big old loud cars.
Lovely little wheels up launch there for him. $11.07 for Graham, 11.49 for Ian.
So, rolling underneath the tail, we've had a number of visiting American races over the years at Dragstalgia. The latest to join the long, long list is Mr. John Hale from Texas, driving Rob Elsom's Dirty Deeds Nostalgia Nitro funny car. Now, I think it was Aaron, wasn't it? Aaron Fensom licensed in this car.
It was, yeah.
About a month ago, something like that. However, John had already made plans to come over and run at this event. So how cool is that Rob Elsom, with one of the nicest looking Nostalgia Nitro funny cars, gets the man himself, Mr. John Hale, in the seat. John has actually, he's won, I think, the Hot Rod Reunion a couple of times. He won a couple of Drag Racing Online championships as well. And altogether, the man has an awful lot of experience, not only driving Nostalgia Nitro funny cars, but also Big Show funny cars as well. He raced for Jim Dunn for a while and got to the final of the Gates. That wasn't the year you were there, was it? I don't think. Got to the final of the final round of the Gator Nationals down there in Florida. Did very, very well indeed. And did an awful lot in his time for Nitro racing. Nostalgia Nitro funny car racing in particular. So obviously everything about the car is Rob's, apart from the man in the seat, to be honest. The team are Rob's regular team. I believe Rob actually picked John up from the airport a little bit earlier on this week. Did a little bit of sightseeing, although I'm not entirely sure of the choice of Whitby, but I'm sure there was a reason behind it. Just kidding, folks. Everywhere is cool. And yeah, anyway, been doing a bit of sightseeing. However, now comes the serious stroke fun business of running the funny car. So I don't think John had ever seen or even sat in the car till this current weekend. But the man knows his way around the pedals and the levers in Nostalgia Nitro funny car. Now, as far as I remember, this car in its current guise with this body hasn't made a full bore run from one end to the other. I know when Jane drove it a little earlier on this year, set very softly. She did go all the way through. She did get a license. However, that was with a couple of pedals, and it was far from ideal, let's put it that way. But she did the job and did everything right, so that's why she got a license. However, not sure how far down the racetrack Mr. Hale is going to be going on this one. My best guess would be around about half track, depending on what Rob has put in the car to run. Getting the thumbs up to fire it up. Just going to spin it over for oil pressure, and squirt bottle going in. So good luck to John Hale, good luck to everybody on the team, as Rob stands back one more time to watch another driver have a go in his race car this year. So Nostalgia Nitro funny cars are obviously they're based on the rules are pretty much based on how the car itself would have been around about 40 years ago. They've got small mag, small fuel pump, still make lots and lots of noise, small supercharger. he gets a big tick on the burnout.
Well,
Like
a man
you
of that
wouldn't.
experience, you wouldn't expect anything less, to be honest. But
No, of course not. I mean, John actually, I'm not sure when the last time he actually drove a race car was, though, because he's now not involved with Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car Racing in the US. He doesn't drive a big show car anymore. I think he does occasionally. I think he ran at the Funny Car Chaos race at the Motorplex earlier on this year, I think. Car sounding very, very strong indeed.
it does.
So the crew doing the last checks. Rob says to John, hold on a moment. While Krista shows John the chute pins. So, Rob Elson gives him the thumbs up. Good luck to John Hale for his first run on UK soil in a Nitro Funny Car. Yep, exactly half track. You could have actually measured that, to be honest with you. Goes through the 795, only 124 miles an hour. Obviously, everything's set nice and soft just to make sure John gets a bit of seat time. Nicely done. 123 to 60, 470 at 150, 78th. I think he was off the throttle by around about that time. But everything went to plan by the looks of that. So John Hale will be in the mix in the Cannonball tomorrow and Sunday. Well done, Rob. Nicely done, sir.
Right, Stuart Smith bringing the pickup round. And that wonderful 39 Ford coming up in Run What You Run. Getting a bit low on time now for Run What You Run. As is now 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we've got half an hour left of Run What You Brung. Then it is dinner break for our track crew, give them a chance to rehydrate more than anything, as it's very, very warm out there. And then it is 5 o'clock onwards. Our race classes putting in their first official runs of the weekend, i.e. in class, not Run What You Brung. So, Stuart Smith going to go back in the nines once again. Nearly 10:14, 128. And a 12:08, 121 for the Ford in the Autoclim lane.
What a car.
Looks like Ben Rushforth getting ready to start up the pop.
Yeah, ironically, the car's name trip, although the last run he had was probably the longest trip you could have down the quarter mile. Anywhere but straight, especially off the start line.
As you said, Darryl, car's been around for one or few years, but it just looks absolutely stunning.
I was going to, well, I'd say it looks better than ever. I think it looks better than ever.
Yeah.
It's like, it's just immaculately nice. Runs quicker than ever as well, down into the 8s now. So Ben Rushworth cleans out the ear holes of anyone within about a half-mile radius with that burnout. Now he has actually staged off a little bit to the side. Going to be taking on a seriously different looking Nostalgia Superstock car. In the Kestrel lane, where if all goes to plan, the Pop will take the win by some margin. However, that's presuming it goes to plan. That's a lot more like it for Ben. Well, gets a wiggle on again just before half track. Very nice flat launch that time, 125, goes 10.55 over the stripe. And the Superstocker goes 13.28. So Damien Halliwell with the Biscayne. Autoglym lane. Taking on that very, very unique looking Morgan. Now if you look at the back of it, it'll probably go just as fast in reverse. It was just streamlined anyway. To be honest with you, this will be a pretty good race. Both of these are 10-second cars. Well, nothing to brag about on the tree for either of them. Who's got the biggest top end speed? I think it's going to be a very close race, actually. I think Damien Halliwell's just going to nip it with a 10.66 at 125 to a 10.94 at 124. Up next, Alan Lloyd with Gonzo the Great. If you've been around in drag racing a while, like a few of us, you will remember this car from back in this, definitely in the 80s. With Daddy in at the wheel. Who would have ever thought they'd be knocking on the door of the mid-sevens with this car? Vents the nitrous, got a very, very well-tuned small block Chevy in there. I think the quickest he's been is a 7.7. Looking for the magic 7.5 though this weekend. .12 to 60 foot. Sounds like he's hitting the limiter actually from about half track on. Still goes 787 at 164. Something to tune from. But another nice strong run all the way through. Okay, I've just been informed that we're closing the pairing lanes. If you do want to put in a run today, we're closing the pairing lanes in about 15... Well, no, we're closing the pairing lanes in 15 minutes' time. Then we'll run everything in the pairing lanes, and we'll be back with you after a bit of a break at 5 o'clock. So, fired up next is Steve Johnson with the Motor Mouse. Nostalgia front engine dragster, another one of these beautifully turned out cars built by John Webster. Going to be in the Dragstalgia Cannonball tomorrow. Now, Steve has finally got to the point where the car is launching really, really well. Nice, straight, strong. However, However, last couple of runs, or both couple of runs, got a bit of a wiggle on about 3:30, something like that. Got a bit out of shape and had to back out of it. However, when it does leave properly and runs nice and flat and straight, everything works to plan. He's put it in the sixes. 6.99 he went a little bit earlier on this year after a few years of trying for Steve Johnson. Steve's been around drag racing an awfully long time. Hope he doesn't mind me saying that. I think he started racing in the 70s with his original car. He did actually have Ford Cosworth-powered rear-engine dragster, then a Ford Cosworth-powered front-engine dragster. They were very, very quick indeed, if I remember right, down in the low 8s. Then in the 90s, he bought himself a big block, rear-engine big block Chevy car. He ran with nitrous in Superboat, and he went way into the 6s. I think his quickest run was like a 6.7, something like that. And then he did quit for a little while, but bought this car off John Webster and came back and has had a great time ever since. That's because I said he cured his shake problems. Keeps his boot in it all the way through though too. A 720. 194 miles an hour for Steve Johnson. Very, very nicely done. We nearly had two 200-mile-an-hour slingshots today. No shoot for Steve Johnson, but I think it looks like he's got it stopped. Yeah, he's pulling over to the right, which means he's going to be coming back to the left and rolling around the corner. There we go. Excellent stuff. Well done.
So now it is the Thunder God coming round the corner. So Duncan Beard behind the wheel this weekend. Well, today anyway. Des Taylor out for a Friday afternoon jog. That's Des. He's going to have to go past the 330 foot unless Duncan starts coming back, which he is. So Des due back in the car when we come to racing, but in the meantime, see how Duncan gets on. Supercharged Outlaws, one of our race classes here at Dragstalgia this weekend. Nice and straight to an 8.73 at 144 miles an hour.
He's certainly making the most of the
boy, is he?
Extra seat time, top bloke.
I know the computer screens are fed through the TVs over at Fadster Towers, and a very, very good afternoon once again, and a special hi to Hayley and Andy Hadfield. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. We're so sorry you're not here. We really, really are. We're missing you. And a big shout out to Purdy. We know she's on site somewhere with Thomas. Second home here at the racetrack. 9.81 and 11.64 as they go through there. The Husky getting plenty of runs in today, which is really good to see. But one thing I will say to the Fadster is we are in the coolest place. We really are.
Unlike us.
No.
Nothing we're ever associated with is cool. However, where we're sat is
super cool, mate. So thank you.
Again.
We love it up here. It would be rather toasty if it wasn't for you. Chris Tyhurst and Ian Smith back out on the racetrack. Ian Smith going to get there first. 12.09, 12.98 for Chris.
We've got a bit more nitro action coming your way in just a couple of moments as well.
I wonder if Haley and Andy took up my suggestion, because they said they were just going to be tuned into the coverage at home, and I said, well, just take the monitor outside, sit in the hot tub and watch it.
Why not?
That's what I said. So I need a message back.
It's got to be
from
done.
Hadfield Towers to find out if they're watching it.
Although it is
chilling out in the hot tub.
Although it needs to be a bit of a cooler tub.
Yeah, well, yeah, a cool tub. No, all the love in the world to Fads to Towers from Santa Pod Raceway.
And more.
Tell that 9-second Yenko just really does leave the line like it means every single time. I just love the way it launches. It just squats and goes. Go alongside Neve with the Nostalgia Superstock entry, first season for that particular car in Nostalgia Superstock. See what I mean? It just hunkers down and goes. It's the additional squat that the rear end takes before it launches. 10.22, 137. Not in the nines this time round, but that is one cool car. 664, 107 to the 8th.
Well, a moment I've personally been waiting for a long time sitting up here. Most importantly, Adam Gledo is down there sitting in his race car ready to go instead of up here helping us out with commentary, which he did for quite a while, very kindly. However, it is so good to see the Gledo family. Bob, we've got Brother Martin and a man himself, Mr. Adam Gledo, in the hot seat of the Motor Psycho AA fuel altered. Got a supercharged.
Hand crank it over just a little bit. I think it reached maybe top dead centre, and the starter wouldn't engage properly, but just winding it over.
Just to clear the cylinders, just to make sure. So anyway, the engine in that came out of the Mob fuel altered. So it's always been a fuel altered engine, that one. It's a Nitro Donovan. Which I guess up until that point was running perfectly, unfortunately. Going to give it one more bar over just to make sure. The reason they have to do that is they have to clear the cylinders. If there's any nitromethane hanging about in the cylinder, if you spin it over, check out Bruce Reed, Australia.
I was going to say,
yeah,
we all seen that clip, haven't we?
Exactly that. So that's why the crew make extra sure that the cylinders are clear before they go to spin it over and fire it up again. That's a lot more like it. There we go. So I've known Adam pretty much all of his life. He's in his 30s now, and this is the race car he was born to drive. A nitro fuel altered, short stubby car, lots of horsepower, with a loud engine in it. High on the idle. That's why the crew guy's going to go running after him. Not sure it engaged reverse like that.
Yeah, I need to get the revs down. It has. Excellent.
What do we know? So Adam backing it up. He does have a lot of good help down there, and it just does sound like it's idling a little bit high. But he's entered in the Dragstalgia Cannonball for this weekend.
Yeah, just leaning it out straight away there. We've spotted something.
So unfortunately, Adam being pushed back. Not sure whether he'll get another chance to have a go. Obviously, something was leaking. Something was a little bit amiss because it was idling a little bit high. All the guys and girls on that team know what they're doing, though. Adam certainly does. He knows how to drive an altered. Yeah. They're just going to see if they can have another stab at it.
I think actually the tow truck is going to come back and take motorcycle back through the pits. So it's the Phil and Billy show whilst that takes place. Phil Hobson with old scatterbolts going alongside Billy Jones. Well, this will be his last run in Run What You've Rung today, because next time you see him, he'll be in session with Gasser Circus. And old scatterbolts, you'll see that in Nostalgia Superstock Q1 coming up this evening. .10.65 and 12.10. I love that. Open the back door. Turn the nitrous on. Spencer a little bit too keen to come forward. And Graham Scrivens once again. Probably his last run today.
Well, they're not pushing Adam away. They're
I thought they
making a couple of tweaks.
Oh, so the van's coming back.
Yeah.
But then the van has got all the battery box and the starter in the back, so obviously that's what they will need. Get it going. Right, let's see how Spencer and Graham get on. Oh, the back door's come open for Spencer Tidswell. .988, 134, didn't slow him down at all.
I was just going to say, what were those seats called that you could sit in the back?
Dicky.
That's the one. You imagine doing that. Yeah, they're putting the start back on Adam's car by the looks of it, so fingers crossed. Well, today is a Run What You Brung, so it's a lot more obviously relaxed way. Things don't have to run at certain times and everything else as well.
But the only thing is that our track crew will be going on their dinner break soon. So obviously we're going to try and run through what's in the lanes, I think. Chris Todd. Now, bizarrely, got a Nostalgia Superstock lettering on the back of the window, but no numbers. Well, Chris Todd, on his previous run, 162 miles an hour. Staggering top-end charge. Oh, that's a beautiful launch for Chris Todd. That's one of the tidiest runs I've seen for a while. Is it one of the quickest, though? It should be an 8. Oh, my word, look at that. 867. Wow. 163 at the stripe.
In an English shoebox.
Wow. 867, though. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, excitement level just raised to about 18 now from...
Yeah. Well, it's still going to be in checkout mode, obviously.
Yeah, I know. So, Graham Rawlins with the Wild Bunch VW powered slingshot. Consistent 10s, but has had the occasional dip into the 9s. Little of a stutter off the line. 11.93, 124 this time round. So Alan Glenno fired up once again. Already done the burnout.
Yeah, might need to just reheat the tyres slightly because you've got to roll through the water. So Adam's put in a couple of test launches with this car already. Looking to get a little bit further down the racetrack, maybe punch it into second gear. So a result will be about 3:30, but we're about to find out. Good luck, Adam. Here we go. That was about where he wanted to get to. Very nice launch. Clicks it about 3:30. The car was just starting to wander. Goes 9.93 at 94 miles an hour. But most important thing, nice one, Darren. Congratulations. Well done, everybody. Well done, Bob. Well done, Chris. Did you notice how Mr. Wright just nipped in there at the end just to pretend that he was doing something? I'm only joking.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Cast your minds back, folks, to the 1980s.
41 poxy years ago. Can you believe that? When we were little. We were little the last time this car ran. This, folks, is unbelievable to see it out again. Ricky Gowan with the Cannonball funny car. Now, if that name rings a bell, because we use the phrase Cannonball a lot, this car was entered in the first ever Cannonball back in 1981. And it won the first ever Cannonball in 1981 with Bill Sherratt doing the driving. Bill's here this weekend still. He's already been round and checked the car out. And Bill is helping his grandson, Adam, with the fuel altered. But 2 Adams in fuel altered this weekend. It's only slightly confusing. Anyway, but Ricky, the car is actually going to run on methanol. Because I did actually say to him earlier, is it Cackle car, is it running? He said, oh no, it's running. But this is also, for you history buffs out there, this is also Don Prodone's killer 1980 Plymouth Arrow, the army car, which came over here for what is and possibly always will be the biggest ever funny car race outside the USA. 22 Nitro funny cars that weekend for the 1980 World Finals here at Santa Pod. And Ricky's had the car for some time, and how cool is it to see it back out there on the start line ready to go. Now, Ricky normally cruises with Kevin Kent. You can see Kevin standing down there looking like a bit of a spare one at a wedding because he's in the car.
Yeah. Well, you got a lot of the West End crew down there.
And his trailer as well.
Yeah.
It was it's round here with Kev's trailer. So that is just running on methanol for now. It's not a nitro burner. But Ricky's screwed for a lot of people over the years, actually including me. Was crewed with the Turners for a long while. That sounds sweet.
So basically, this is the first time the car has turned a wheel in goodness knows how long.
Well, it ended up being owned and driven by Paul. It was Dave Bryant and Paul Mellon that ran it for a while. I think up to the 90s. But I would say at least 25 years, possibly even 30 years since this car, like you said, has seen the light of day, let alone turned a wheel.
Unbelievable.
But running as part of the exhibition package this weekend, not in competition in the Dragstalgia Cannonball. But Ricky, just getting used to being in the fun part of the race car, i.e. the driver's seat. I know it's what it's all about, this event, conjuring up memories, but how many memories does that conjure up?
I mean, I've got photographs of this car on the track that I took with a Kodak Instamatic. I mean, it's just unbelievable. No, it wasn't a box brownie, it was a Kodak 126 Instamatic. It had a little cartridge film in the back that took 24 pictures.
So, good luck, Ricky. Just a case of making sure that everything works, all the pedals work, the gears work. But how cool is it to see that car out here on the quarter mile once again?
And no doubt your Dragster galleries and all of the other photographs this weekend will be featuring that car. And rightly so. Absolutely brilliant.
So, still got a few more cars in the lanes before we take a break.
Well, the Cannonball car going right the way to the far end. And turning around the corner right at the end of the track, but safely done. Just having a look in the lanes, we can see a few in the lanes. You can see Dave Russell's Marina van. We can see Simon Bootlegger Camaro. And that's the car that you can hear just starting up. And it is going to be those two vehicles lining up side by side, the Bootlegger Camaro from the Supercharged Outlaws and Dave Russell, the van with no name. Actually, that could be a Supercharged Outlaw this weekend. Well, Well, Simon's car sounding a lot healthier than it did earlier, that's for sure. So, Simon Boot.
We're going to be
Dave
so
Russell.
popular now, did you know that?
know.
Yeah, nothing to do with us. Exactly, nothing to do with us. Simon Boot still not quite running on song. 886 for Dave Russell. Simon left before the tree was activated.
It did, unfortunately, but that was another 10.5 second run.
Looked like a pretty good launch, though.
It did launch, but then it started straight away after that. So the 60 foot wouldn't be too bad. It'll come. We know it will come. So 39.4 going alongside. That's Paul Smell with the El Camino pickup. His last run before he does his Nostalgia Superstock qualifying later on this evening.
So just a couple more cars to go, and then we're on a break till around about 10 past 5. 5
Yeah,
o'clock, something like that.
half-hour break, a hydration break for our track crew,
That's the
basically.
one.
It is the last of the Runway Brung of today, but obviously we're going into our actual race classes.
12.16 and 12.80.
Yeah. So, yeah, all going to be very, very good indeed.
So another one of our Nostalgia Superstockers in the Kestrel lane.
So Andy Lambert goes through with a 986, 131. Nicely done. And it's now the Frankenstein Chevy.
Now the only thing is, I don't know if you noticed, but the actual driver and owner of this car is quite anonymous. Well, the only thing we know is the car's called Frankie, and I wonder why. I think we do have one more car to go after this, and that is that for a little while, and then we're on to qualifying.
A little bit of wheel spin off the line, still a nice 148 to 60.
Very nice.
667, 101 mile an hour at the 8th. 1061, 122 at the quarter mile. Well, the truck says that's Time Traveller 2. I think it's going to be Bob.
No, it's
No, it's
not.
not. It's
That
They've got-
is Norm Wilden. It's not Norm Wilden because Norm is outside the car. That is, according... Go on, you're around the side.
Wilden and Charman.
Yeah, James Charman.
Oh, yeah. Wow. It's very confusing because they've both got very similar tow trucks.
Yeah. And they look fairly similar too.
Yeah.
What's most unusual about this car is a car that Norm Wilden's built that doesn't have a small block in it. It's got a big block Chevy in there. Now, James isn't entered into anything this weekend, I don't think. Is he?
Let's have a quick look. Sorry,
I don't know whether he's entered into the only other class other than Supercharged Outlaws, Wild Bunch it would fit into. He's maybe in the Run What You Brung or the Invitational. I only think he might be in the Invitational, actually.
I think you're right. The reason I said Bob Hawkins, because obviously Bob is here and running. We've already seen Christian Zulaf. Anyway, never mind. It's here, it's running.
Yeah, you got it.
And it's going to be entertaining.
So I know the car was here at the Nostalgia Nationals. So not sure what the plan. Has James driven the car before? Because I think it was it Norm in the car back at Nostalgia Nationals? Yeah. Well, you can't get anyone more experienced with front engine supercharged cars than Norm Wilden. Here we go then. That was the plan. Through to half track.
Well done.
Yeah.
Excellent job.
Absolutely superb stuff. It still goes 1082. It only has 73 miles an hour, but still very, very well done indeed. Okay, folks, Nitro FM for a little while. We're back with qualifying in around about half an hour, there or thereabouts. We look forward to seeing it all back up here then. I think we're starting with Nostalgia Superstock, aren't we, Carl?
I will double check the run order because we've got so many classes to come
My
through.
fault, I've nicked it. That's right. There we go. You need to read it, though.
Oh, right, okay. So it's my eyes that you're going to get me to use. It'll be Gas the Circus that will be kicking things off at 5 o'clock, in half an hour's time, followed by the Wild Bunch, the Willis Wars is their first full-on session. The Wild Bunch. Then Nostalgia Superstock, Old School Stockers, Supercharged Outlaws, and then Outlaw Anglia. And bearing in mind, there is a lot of cars that you have not seen at all today that will be coming out to play for the evening session. So, our crews are standing down, half an hour break. Until then, Nitro FM 96.2, the airwaves, once again, are all yours. Just a quickie for me before the music continues. Can I please have Gas a Circus into the pairing lanes, please, for your first qualifier, please. Gas a Circus into the pairing lanes. Make your way down. Thanks very much. Nitro Families, over to you. All right, just very quickly before this song gets fully going, can I please have the next class down, please, which is the Willis Wars. So can I please have the Willis Wars into the Perry Lays, please? Thanks very much indeed. Oh, we are ready. We're excited. It's going to be awesome. Absolutely awesome. Thanks, mate. Okay, so our teams are getting back into position. When I say teams, I mean our track teams, of course. Our start line crew have reappeared. Dave Warren, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. And, of course, our start line marshals as well. Our photographers reappear. And our race cars are coming around the corner. This is round one qualifying here at Dragstalgia. Very good afternoon to you. This is Gas Circus, our first class to put some numbers on the board, and this is a Darling class. So first up then, it is the Rocket. Going alongside High Anxiety. Graham Barton taking on Simon Prest. Let's have a look at the Darlings then. 10.61 for Graham with the Austin. And that's 11.16 for Simon. That 13 actually. I can't quite see from the angle of the glass on the back window. Oh, it's 13. Apologies. 11.13 for Simon. So Darlings are now correct. Bring them forward, guys. Here we go then. Qualifying Gas Circus Q1 Friday afternoon at Dragstalgia.
So Simon Dahl's 11.13.
What do you reckon? Can he hit it?
11.12.
Can he cut a light?
We'll soon find out.
Well, we don't know about the light.
He's had a bit of practice today, isn't he? So in Neil Teglim Lane. It's another 08 red to an 08 green for Graham Barton. Graham's looking for 10.61. Simon's looking for 11.13. Graham goes 6.71, and Simon breaks out by 0.02 of a second.
You were 100th out. You were closer.
The thing is, though, that credit to anyone that starts racing, but Simon has watched all his life and wanted to do it all of his life, and he's actually out there giving it a crack. Good lad. So at the moment, Graham Barton is number one.
All right, Tom Argerson then 10.90 with the Tinseltown Hustler, and Nick Hewson, the new entry into the class. The car is called Short Fuse and has a Darling of 10.50. A minimum of 13.5 seconds required to progress to eliminations in the class. Now, Nick Hewson used to crew for Ray Irish.
Tom Argerson, 4 thousandths too quick. They both broke out, actually.
Yeah.
32 on a 50 for Nick Hewson. Way quicker than he thought he was going to go.
Well, I told you you're going to see cars that you haven't seen before today, and here's the first one. It is, of course, the lovely Chevy of Tony Pearson. The car is called the Guzzler. Dial in of 10.70. Going alongside Jason Pickett with the Cherry Bomb 55 Chevy against the 56.
Jason Pickett breaks out as well. Tony, the right side of the number?
Yeah, interesting. The ones that haven't done any practice are the ones the right side of the dial-ins. Right, next up then.
Martin Allen he's actually made it to the start line this time.
Yeah, look at the dial-in though, 977.
With the supercharged Willis. Going to be taking on Lee Pike.
That's a stout dial-in, actually 912 for Lee.
He's run that in Super Pro before.
He has.
Yeah.
Well, he has been in the 8s, but 9-1 nevertheless. I believe that is the quickest dial-in in the class.
Lots of wiggling about off the line for Lee. And a lot of wiggling about the top end as well. Backs out to a 960. 10 flat for Martin Hallam on a 977. Up next is the poster boy for Dragstalgia.
The Sinister 38 Chevy. Love it. It's awesome.
Of Jason Darling. I wonder if they named it after him because you're Sinister Darling. In the Kestrel Lane.
I like his race number as well.
That's right.
Going to Ray Turner of Green Onions, 1085, the target for Ray.
Ray is way out there in front. Three and five. Ray goes to 3 on a 98 and 85. And Jason Darling with 1182 and 1140.
Right, the gas junkie then. Going alongside the Roaring Rat. Keith Bartlett, 57 Chevy. Dial in 10.82. Going alongside, as I say, Ray Irish with a Willis pickup 10 flat. So let's have a look then. Keith Bartlett, 1082 in the auto clip lane. Ray, a 01 red. He's going to get there first. He's going to run a 10, 1016. Keith Bartlett, big breakout, 1050.
What was the dial? 1082?
1082, and he went 1050.
Fair enough. So, Mellow Yellow, the 55 Chevy in the Kestrel Lane, 1180. That's Adam Kaczynski. And taking on Nick Brook-Langman. I should have left you to do that one, shouldn't I? Against Nick Brook-Langman.
I've called Adam's name quite a few times now, so yeah, I'm used to that.
So 1170 for Nervous Nick.
It's actually not Nick driving, it's Drew Mason.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I do apologise, Drew.
Basically, they want to give Nick's leg a rest. You know, he's I think he's had an operation on his leg. So basically, Drew Mason is behind the wheel. So I believe. So I've been told.
It's right. Are you sure he didn't nobble him?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
So Patrick Hobbs it is in the Kestrel Lane with that very famous Falcon. Taking on Steve Matthews. Steve's got in a number of runs today in Honky Tonkin, 971. Auto side of the track. With wheelie bars on, I noticed this time.
Oh, Steve Matthews into number 1.
Whoa.
Billy getting a bit carried away with his burnout
I love the fact Dave didn't move for the car that was about to run him over, but moved for his crew lady. That's very kind, Dave. Well done.
Yeah, well done to Steve Matthews. Takes the #1 spot, 973 with a 7 on a 971 dial-in. Patrick going through there with an 1142. So, Billy Jones with Grumpy Grizz, the Willis Coupe. His dial-in is 10.60, and Brian Gibson, the 64 Dodge, dial-in of 1135.
Number 2 for Billy Jones with a 63 on a 60. Brian Gibson goes 11.47 on a 35. If you're wondering what we're talking about, by the way, I don't think we've explained this yet, is that they're racing to dial-in. So the number you see on the board at the top end of the racetrack is their predicted times. So the little wagon in the auto gloom lane of Sean Milsom dials 10.11. He's trying to get as close to that as he can without going too quick. Up against Katie Booth with Mighty Mouse, the Ford Pop in the Kestrel lane, 10.41 for Katie. And it's whoever gets closest to their dial-in. Look at that, Sean. Go on, go and wave that. Go and wave that reaction time in Simon's face a little bit later. Go on. 008 on the tree for Shawnee. 10.12. My goodness me. And number 2 for Katie as well. 10.43 on a 41. Dearie me, that was good.
Well,
that's why Sean is number 1 in points.
Yeah, 1 and 2, yeah.
So last one for Gasser Circus, and then we're into Willis Wars.
Yeah. This is Simon Glenn, the straight shooter. Currently 8 in the points. Had a couple of runs today so far in Run With Your Bro, but this is where it counts. Dial in 11.58. Oh, 55, breaks out by 0.03 of a second, 114 mile an hour to strike. Right, we move on into the Willis Wars. And what on earth has Richard put on the back of the Willis this time?
Oh, it's your pants.
Oh, very funny. Oh, I like that. Very funny.
It is your pants, isn't it? It is your pants, yeah. I wasn't. Sorry, I should say swim shorts, actually.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. I hope somebody takes a photograph of that. That's very good.
That looks all right, actually. Just a bit green.
All right, timing system reboot, in case you're wondering why we are slightly delayed. System just about to come back up now. And so Matthew Hollins and Richard Wootton. There we go. This is a heads-up class, of course. $11.04 and $11.25. Two good numbers there. Well done to both of them. Safety going down the shutdown area. Thanks, Rach. Oh, I love that. That's made my day, that is.
Just explain quickly why you had to retrieve your shorts with the fishing line.
Because they blew out the window of our apartment from the 4th floor and landed on a flat roof.
They blew out of your window, though. How did they do that?
Because there was a breeze coming through front to back.
Yes, where were they to be
on the windowsill.
Oh, that'll be why then.
Oh dear. There was no action man attached to the shorts, I must add.
There should have been. Wasted opportunity, mate. Yeah. So Damien Bacon and Alan Skip. Alan normally in Wild Bunch.
That's it.
Presuming it is the same Alan Skip.
It is, yeah. Look at the colour scheme. There's Skippy down there. Oh, sorry, no. That's not Skippy. Damien Bacon goes through with 11.63, 114, and Alan goes through 14.78 at 96. First viewing today of the Full Tilt Willis, John Dalrymple. Going alongside Pike Murray. Now then, if all goes to plan for John, in actual fact, it depends if he's running the nitrous or not, but he wants to get one more 8-second pass out of the car, then he'll turn off the gas, but he wants one more 8 out of this one. And it's Pike Murray with Rack and Ruin. .960 at 137 there. Against 1247 at 107. So the retirement package of Mick Payne, the 33 Willis, has been into the 9s, going alongside Graham Harrison, the 33 Willis. Two brilliant cars. And it's a 10.27 and an 11.20. So nice one there. That's right, Willis was really turning out some beautiful cars. About Pete Rivers with Willie the Kid and Paul Murphy with the Nutter Magnet. So these two, their first runs of the day.
So they've all been here all day.
Oh yeah,
watching, yeah. I guess. That's a proper bounce, that's got.
So it's going to be Paul to the stripe first, goes 11.82, and Pete goes 13.81. Right, pick your 41 then. This is Ian Ratton with the black one. Chris Coburn with the white one. Going to be Chris to the stripe first.
Good looking side by side run, 12.76 at 104. Beats 12.46. Yeah, you heard that right. So Andy Crockett with the Willis. They're all Willis, obviously. Hence the fact it's called Willis Wall. Down here in the Autoglym Lane. That car was previous winner, I think, wasn't it, of the wheelie contest or best wheel stand contest when it was owned by a very nice chap called Jerry Trait.
Yeah, he didn't mean to do it though.
No, which is normally why they win.
Yeah.
Deb Crockett with the outstanding show quality. Is that maroon?
Yeah, well, I don't think it's actually a candy apple, but it's close to it. So Andy and Deb. Actually, I think the car that Andy's driving is up for sale. I did see a for sale notice on it in the pits. Pop round and see Andy. Ask him. It ain't a cheap car, but it's a beauty. And it goes 11:37 at 122. Deb goes 13:67 at 92. And how about Elliot Day to have a little go with Plan B. Brilliant weekend for Elliot last weekend. Made it all the way through to the final in Street Eliminator. Low nines order of the day for Elliot.
When they came down earlier, I didn't realise they actually entered to run as well. He was probably barely went home actually after last weekend, did they?
Well, not many of them did, to be honest.
Especially after getting to the final in Street Eliminator. We've got the clickety-click car coming round shortly. You know the one.
I do.
Elliot's in with a shout of actually winning with this one. Whoa. Big. Tyre spin off the line.
So that won't be in the nines, unfortunately. It's
All
12.
tens. So this is actually in the Kestrel lane.
Oh, Steve Young.
Yeah, we have the Old Dog Garage, owned and built by Steve and Jackie Young. And running an Essex B6 in there.
I like the way Ian just checked that barrel in the back there. It is actually bolted down. Going alongside Dougie Fouracre with the Pro Street Woody. How cool is that?
I love that this is just a little retirement project. Taking on Dougie Fouracre with the gorgeous looking Pro Street Woody.
Well, Steve Young goes through with an 18.22 and the Woody goes through with 16.35. Well done, Dougie.
We haven't seen a wheel wobble like that in some time. So we're on to the Wild Bunch. Is this just the usual bedding in first session? Claire came to have a chat earlier today. I just wonder whether it was qualifying or whether it was just time trial.
No, they don't actually qualify, do they, the Wild Bunch? They pair up and they just run numbers all weekend long. So, but I am going to get the sheets out because you never know. We could see some PB sets, so we like to try and keep on top of it. We have a feeling, actually, Bobby Wright may have done a PB in his run with your brung today, so we need to keep an eye.
He went 9.75, didn't he?
Yeah, so, but he's...
Here it comes.
Yeah, Bobby's run before was a 9.88, so yeah, that was a PB he went earlier on.
He's got no chance to improve on it this time, I think.
What, somebody stuck?
Yeah, no. It is Bobby, unfortunately, being shut off. Angelo Lani with the Henry's Revenge in the Kestrel Lane. Henry's Revenge is a name that's been around in drag racing a long time. I think the car is heavily updated. It's also got a very, very wide stance at the back for an altered, which is not a bad thing.
Oh, the wobble though.
Well, the wheel wobble happened on the burnout, which is not unusual. You don't expect to see it on a run.
No.
Goes through with the 1362, 97 miles an hour.
I mean, that has been into the 9.4s. And that'll probably be back there tomorrow.
Well, long distance award for the Wild Bunch coming in under the tower now. Luca Giovoni from Italy with the Earthquake. Small block Chevy front engine dragster going to be taking on James Ald. It's not. It was doing it, but it's not doing it this time. It started just a second ago.
So the Earthquake taking on Little Faust.
Yeah, so Luca all the way from Italy.
Has been as low as 10.40.
He's in the Kestrel lane. It's a serious amount of dedication, though. That is a long, long old way. Goes 11-12 at 120 to open his account for this weekend, and a 12.91 for James Ald.
Well, if Rathchild's in one lane, you can pretty much guarantee Rebel will be in the other.
So these two are the original Mrs. Brown's boys, because they're Pete and Rob Brown.
Yeah.
Rob is in the Kestrel lane. Pete is in the Auto Glim lane. There's a very easy way of telling them apart, even though they are twins and they're strapped in the car. And Colin's going to not give it away, are you?
I'm not.
We're going to just look really intelligent for the rest of the weekend. However, they can screw us up at will, couldn't they?
Rob's partner is Hayley. That's how we know.
There we go.
And
Hey? Then they're the wrong way around. Rob's partner is Hayley.
oh yeah, sorry. Just thought I'd try and confuse you.
Sorry. That's what I said. They can screw us up really easily if they want to.
Yeah, so obviously Pete Brown. In actual fact, the screen's wrong, bizarrely.
Okay. 004 was the reaction time, and an 8.69 that time for Pete. Congratulations,
Yeah,
that
nice
was good.
fight.
To 11.30, 123.
Yeah, Pete was actually in Rebel and Rob was in Rathchild. So, yeah, the time is That's Jim Tanner with the Shindigger and Bob Morgan with the Bee Sting. Jim Tanner has been as quick as 9.14, and he's been over 150 mile an hour with this car. And Bob Morgan would love to run a 9 in this car.
Been very close on a number of occasions.
Yeah.
What's his PB?
2.3.
Thank you again, as always, to the absolutely fabulous Claire Meadows for bringing us all the information. Makes our life so much easier, and also helps very much indeed with the class, because it means that we are informed, which means we can inform you correctly as opposed to guessing, which is what we normally do.
Yeah.
Jim Tanner with a bit of a double step off the line, no problem at all for Bob Morgan. Jim's gone past him already too, a 980, 133 and a 1077 at 126. I don't think what Bob Morgan was looking for at all.
One of the coolest little dragsters in the Wild Bunch is back from the past. The flathead powered slingshot of Brad Cooper. And he's got Rich Butcher with the 4th dimension slingshot. A best of 12.07 so far with this car. Brad has been 11.17.
It is Bradley Cooper moving out ahead with 11.09 at 120, taking out 13.13.
That's a PB for Brad, 11.09. Congratulations to him. PB before that was 11.17. Liz Malcolm, the Just for Fun dragster.
We haven't seen Liz for, well, a couple of weeks actually.
Well,
but
yeah.
A long while. They've been away for some time actually.
Yeah, a
haven't
good
they?
few years actually, but great to have Ian and Liz back with us. Going alongside Dan Wilson, the antique toy.
See, look, in Formula One, they think a halo is a new thing. Check out Dan Wilson's car.
Yeah.
Look at that. Nearly 60 years old in drag racing, if not longer.
10.91 for Liz.
Nice.
$19.19 for Dan. Crazy Chris Hartnell in the backdraft slingshot. He's in the Kestrel BLA going alongside Steve Gunn with the Sonic Attack number 2.
Now, Chris was another one who took a break for a while, didn't he?
Yep.
We haven't seen Chris for some time. It's so good to see him back in the hot seat, literally. This car was originally from a while ago. I think the late 60s. Malibu Express was this car. And it's never looked as good as it does today with the injected big block Chevy. Runs down into the 8s.
Chris making good use of the wheelie bar on the back.
Riding out a good bounce as well. Still goes through with a 932 148. Steve Garland though dips into the 10s with a 1099, 119 miles an hour. Well done, fellas. Not bad for the wide bunch at all. I think that's his first 10-second run.
I think so, yeah.
Are you just redrawing the? Are you redrawing the PBs?
Yes.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Updating them.
Right, first time for Alan Schofield driving this car, the Rough Diamond Altered. Going alongside Paul Tarry with Trigger's Broom.
I think he made a couple of test runs recently. Well, it goes like it always did.
Nine flat.
137. I bet he enjoyed that one. 1084 Paul Tarry at 122. Nicely done. That's going to be quicker than his dragster, isn't it? Shortly.
It won't be far off.
So Wayne Colliver with the Misfit in the Kestrel side of, or on the Kestrel side of the racetrack. I think he's just making his crew round jog a long way. He's just rolling for ages. Going to be taking on Steve Field with the Black Pig 2. What I really like about these events is, unlike when he's running in 890, he can run it out the back door as quick as he wants. Actually, he does that in 890 anyway, doesn't he?
Generally, yeah. He tries to get one the right side.
He does that in Supercars all the time.
And then just goes for it the rest of
But anyway, yeah, this car has been as quick as, I think, about 7, 8, 12, something like that, isn't he? You have the list?
818 in a Wild Bunch.
which is pretty exceptional.
Oh, yeah.
Wayne Colliver's best is in the 9s. In a car he built himself, and it really is show quality. Steve Field's car is a really excellent example of drag racing, the way that drag racing works. You build the lightest, skinniest car you can to hook up and go as quickly as possible. Even with a little small block Chevy in there, it runs low 8s. That's a lovely looking run for Steve Field, as long as he can keep it between the lines. Will it be an 8.1? An 8.60 at 1:57. Lots of wiggling around going on earlier in the run. 10.59 and 1:23 for Wayne Colliver, though. Well done. Well, you've got Nostalgia Superstock not far away.
Yeah, that's going to take a while.
In a good way.
Yeah, in a very good way.
Big block heaven, I think, is the phrase.
So it is Gary Atkinson with time lock number 2 in the Autoclim lane. And that's Grant Rawlings with a little digger. 2.4 litre VW powered. Graham goes through with a 982, 970 there for Gary Atkinson. Well, that's obviously a massive PB for Gary Atkinson. Mind you, it is a different car to what he ran before.
This is one of my favourite cars that comes around every Dragstalgia. Unfortunately, just because I said that, it quit. Andy Jackson with the Sidewinder. That is about as British designed, engineered and built dragster as you'll ever get, that one. However, unfortunately, suffering reliability issues down there on the start line. Yeah. So,
we are 50 years old this year, that car. 50 years old. Built in 1972, that was.
Well, when it hooks up and goes, it really goes. Yeah. One of my main memories of the car is every year up in the pits, it's in a million pieces.
Yeah.
Because for whatever reason, they seem to have trouble keeping the gearbox together, I think, in the back of the car. But that doesn't stop them trying every time. He has run pretty quick with it.
Yeah. It's the only Sidewinder dragster that we know of.
Yeah, the idea has been tried by a number of people, not least of which Mr. Garlett's in the States. He tried it with the Top Fuel dragster, but the gearing and everything was a bit heavy, a bit clunky. Never really quite got the hang of it. Never made it competitive, unfortunately. The idea is a good one, in so much as the engine's sideways in the car, so you use the torque of the engine to plant the rear tyres. So Andy Jackson's going to give it one more go before we get into Nostalgia Superstock. Got a little bit of track prep before that. It's always a pain when you're under pressure. You've got a TV camera pointing at you, everyone looking at you, and the starter won't behave. what's really strange about this car, the way it runs, hopefully he gets to run it, is it crawls off the line. It's almost like he's controlling it all completely with his clutch foot. But when it gets going, it really goes. You'll see what I mean in just a second. There you go. That's a great
tiny run.
It's a 1070 at 135 for
That's a
Andy
new
Jackson.
PB. Congratulations. It was a 1083 before, so it's now a 1070, and they just found 5 miles an hour.
Yeah.
135.34. Was 130 before that. Well done. Right, so the Bluebird is out there as we get ready for 56 Nostalgia Superstockers. And if they all make their runs,
is your car legal for that?
It is, yeah, totally legal.
So we got Nostalgia Superstock up next. Old School Stockers, that's Pro Stock Bike. Supercharged Outlaws, and then Outlaw Anglia. Now that only sounds like a few classes.
Oh, it's going to take a while.
However, it will take a while because of the size of the field.
Yeah, as I say, we had 57 book in. We know one that's definitely not here. But as I say, 56. That's not to say that we haven't had a... Well, I don't know if they could take an additional late entry at this stage, but there's been a few cars that have been running in Run What You Run today that would be perfect to enter Nostalgia Superstock. The great thing is, because the volume of the entries, it is a 64-car ladder in Nostalgia Superstock, so they're all going to race, and the first round of eliminations is tomorrow evening. So it'll be whittling down to 32 for Sunday morning. So half the field will be depleted, so it doesn't stop them from running on Sunday. They can go and have a little bit of fun just out of class. But it's just been an absolutely glorious day. It's a glorious weekend, to be fair, here at Dragstalgia.
Always is. I'm looking forward to a part where I can actually go around and look at everything.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun. So what the track crew are doing out there, again, this is something we touched on earlier with Keith Lee, is that they didn't used to really prep the track way back when. They used to use the occasional bit of glue, but that was it. No real rubber or anything like that. It was basically what was built up over time on the track. Whereas now, my goodness me, it's an absolute...
Okay, well, you are keeping an eye on the things going on at Wimbledon. We're not going to announce anything because there's probably some tennis fans here. But it's only been an interesting semi-final.
Yeah, we're here for racing, mate.
Yeah. Look at those pairing lanes. Those of you that tune into the live feed got a bird's eye view of the cars in the lanes at the moment. Absolutely a brilliant sight of so many stockers. I don't know how far back it goes in the lanes, but it's way past the crossroads. And whoever wins Nostalgia Superstock this weekend, we know we say they've earned it, but my goodness me, will they have done so. Here comes the first run round the corner, and it is Nick Williams for Williams Brothers Racing with the 69 Camaro. Made it through to the semi-finals last weekend at the STP Summer Nationals, but had an electrical issue, had an earthing strap problem, believe it or no, it was a well, basically a bad earth, a dirty connector, and the car cut out on the launch. Very confusing because Nick was trying to chase the problem and didn't find it until they got it back to the pits. So it's very frustrating. But found it now, obviously. So this is a dialing class, of course. 11.03, the dial-in for Nick Williams. Going alongside 12.89 dial-in for the truck, Clive Dandridge. Now, if I had my car here, I'd be having to go with this lot. And you sort of think, oh, I wish I went and bought it now, but it's all good fun out there. So, round 1 qualifying Nostalgia Superstock. Let's see how long it takes. It's 5 to 6.
Bang on time as well.
$10.95 breakout for Nick and a $12.73 breakout for Clive. That's way, way quicker than he thought. That's a good number for Nick in Comp Eliminator mode, but he's in Nostalgia Superstock mode now, so obviously the car is working great. It's just working too well. Now then, Rob Terrell, 10.27 dial-in with the Revenge car. Now then, Rob does rather well at Dragstalgia, going alongside Paul Singer, dial-in at 12.36.
Doesn't matter who's got the quickest car, it's all about who gets closest to the number without going too quick. Well, we have 2 more breakouts. We have one. We don't have one. Paul Singer goes to number 1, would you believe, with a 12.57 on a 36. That won't hold for long, but he's the only one out of the 4 that's gone too quick.
How about Pete Christmas and Simon Rickwood? Oh, sorry, it's not Pete Christmas, it's Paul Singer. Apologies. No, it is Pete Christmas. That's the previous pair. I'm confused.
We're only 2 pairs in, mate.
I know. No, 3 actually. There we go.
Sorry,
So
3.
we're both confused. So, Pete Christmas, the Fallen Angel, the Demon, dialing 11.41. Simon Rickwood with the Nova, 9.84. Another breakout by less than 100th. Both of them. Both of them break out by 100th of a second. 11.40 and 11.41, 9.83 on a 9.84. Nick Martin and the Downtown Duster, 13.69 is his target. And how about John Hurrian with the Camaro? Nice to see this car in Nostalgia Superstock. He wants 12 flat. That's a lovely looking car. A new name as well, which is good. $13.68 plays a $13.96. So John goes 3. And Nick goes number 2. Right, 2 of the quicker cars in the class. It is Jack Bishop with the Barracuda, 9.80. Going alongside Dan Williams, 9.95 for the Chevelle.
Well, so Dan's going to pull one of the bigger wheelies of the day. Thank you. Good run for both. 9.93 and a 94 for Dan.
Look at these breakouts. That's about the 5th car to break out by less than 100.
Well, Jack goes to number 1 with that.
But that is a big window. 1300ths to get into the number 1 spot.
We've still got a number of sessions to go and more than a few cars to go as well.
How about Ty Strevitt and Gary Cork? Now then, Gary has had loads of runs today, so he should have this car dialed. But, well, we've rung is one thing. A little bit later in the day for qualifying, different story. Difficult to tell who's going to get there first because the reaction time difference will probably cross the line together. 12.83 plays an 11.70. It's a breakout for Gary Cork. 500's too quick. Ty Strovic goes into number 3 spot. 12 cars in. We're not even a quarter of the way through yet. Right, Williams Brothers, a pair. Here we go then. James Oliver with the Firebird, 9.28. That's a good shout, actually. Very good shout. And which probably means you go 27, looking at what's happened out there. Spencer Tram with the Quantum Leap 3 Camaro, 11.08.
Spence doing really... I think he's still leading, isn't he?
No, he's second in the points.
Oh, is he?
Second, yeah. Dan took the lead at the main event and then extended it at the STP.
So at the pickup just over there. How cool is that? Just needs a hot tub in the back.
That's Ollie breaking the 60 foot on the back wheel.
Yeah.
Right, 9.28 for Ollie, come on. 9.25, that's a breakout. Spencer, breakout.
I'll tell you what, if you add all these numbers together, it is 9.28.
Yeah.
But it doesn't work like that. No. Good effort, though. Was that all of the Williams cars broke out?
No, we still got Guy King and Gary Carr to come.
Well, they've still got a chance to break out then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We haven't seen any of the watch shop yet.
Howard Holmes, yeah, there's loads to come. Against Paul Smale. Paul with the bed down. I wonder how much aerodynamic difference that makes on the pickup. On the El Camino. One of the outsiders in the class because it's a Chevy.
Howard Holmes, 009 off the line. He would like to just repeat that all weekend long. So Howard gets there with 11.81. Yay! Number 1 qualifier by 100th. Excellent job.
Paul Smale.
Breakout. So Howard Holmes is the first one to get within a tenth of his dial in the right side, believe it or not.
Impressive. So Stuart Arthur taking on Phil Stillwell. Wow, it's another Chevy. Who would have thought it? 13 flat in the auto-clim lane, 13.15 for the Roadrunner on the Kestrel side of the racetrack.
Well, Phil not coming forward. That's right, he's going backwards. Right, so then, Carl Stewart, 13.15 is the target. And the number is 13.47. He goes in at number 6. Dave Bilodeau, the man who wears the big number 1. Why is it big? Why does he make a point of it? Pure reason being, he won the National Championship and he won the Nostalgia Championship. He got them both last year, so he is number 1. Jake Cawthorne with a flag jumper, 11.75. Dave, the Yorkshire Heavy, looking for 9.85. Ah, some beautiful wheels up launch there for Dave. Good looking run. 980 breakout by 500ths. That number 1 for Jake Cawthorne. 75 with a 4 and a 75 dialing. Well done, Jake.
Finally, someone gets the hang of it. I'm kidding, of course. It's not that simple.
It's not.
Well, the other thing to remember, an awful lot of them, it's their first go of the day, isn't it?
Right, Don Scott with the land yacht. Or Chevy Monte Carlo.
Land yacht, it's not that big.
Oh, it is. You go look at it in the pits, it's massive. Neil Francis with the rust bucket, as he calls it. The Plymouth Savoy.
I was going to say it's on there as a Savoy, but I swear that is the same shape as the Fury.
It probably is. There's probably something different.
Yeah, it's got to be. The name probably.
Yeah, look at the. Let's have a look at the numbers then. 13 flat is the dialing for Don. 12.33 for Neil. 11.27, 13.36. Neil goes 4, Don goes 9. Chris Goodale and John Davison up next.
What a car. I love the logo on the side of it as well, especially on the door. No.
That one.
On Chris's car. With the Chevy logo with the flag behind it. It's very, very cool indeed.
Yeah.
So John Davison looking at 10.42, low 10-second race cars this time. 10.30 for the hard to find in Nostalgia Superstock Chevy.
It's quite weird to say that actually, but yeah, it seems to be a Plymouth and Dodge takeover these days. $10.49. Oh, and another one that breaks out by 100th. Chris goes 10.29 on a 10.30.
Well, John Davison goes to number 3 by virtue of not breaking out, I think, really. 10.49 on a 40, would you not normally expect to get the number 3 spot, especially roughly halfway through the session.
This is where the ones in the lanes should be adjusting their dialing by 100th quicker.
Yeah, but nobody listens to us except when they get things wrong.
That's true. Right, Chris Layram with the 65 Falcon taking on Tim Stanbury with a Ford. Got the Mustang here.
So remind me again the rules for Nostalgia Superstock. Is it floor pan or rear end?
It's leaf sprung rear end. Can't have a back half car. No power adders at all. Naturally aspirated, and no quicker than 880, I think it is.
Yep.
And no slower than 14.99. Well, you can go slower than 14.99, but 14.99 is the dial-in that you cannot go slower than. And no tubbed cars. That's the other one. So that is in fact why Tim Stanbury runs this car, because his Camaro is tubbed.
Right, okay.
So he can't run that, hence he runs this
Well,
one.
10.50 is not hanging about for that Mustang. 10.67, he's the right side of the number with a number 7. Chris Lyram, though, goes to number 3 with a 12.66 on a 59.
That's right, I need to double check on that tubbed part of it. Might have given you some incorrect information. I need to double check on that. Right, James Ellis with the Camaro, 11.88, and Ash Rawson with Kermit the Duster, 10.48.
Well, I thought I'd ask you because I thought your car would be legal for it.
Well, mine is.
Yeah.
But I don't know what would make it illegal, if you know what I mean.
Getting out of the garage, maybe?
Yeah.
10.48 for Ash. 44. And James goes to number 3 with an 11.93 on an 88.
Oh, pre-1980 as well.
Right, okay. That makes sense.
Gary Semper with the Firebird. He wants 11.44. And Pete Dodd with the Metamorphosis Camaro. 9.10. One of the quicker cars in the class.
If not the quickest, I think, is he?
No, I think probably Gary Carr.
Oh, that's a good point. Gary Carr's been in the 8s as well, hasn't he?
But then Gary, I'd imagine, will be dialing in 9.1s as well today. We shall see. Nice launch there for Pete Dodd. He's on his way to a 9, but what flavour? 9.27. 11.53. Gary Semper goes in at number 5. Pete goes in at number 9.
53 and a 44 gets him number 5. But at least over the right side of the number. They might have added 0.1 to their dialing as opposed to 0.01.
Love the colour scheme on Neve Smith's car. The white wall tyres, it just looks so good. Obviously in the same stable as Jake Hawthorne's flag jumper. But it just looks so right. Going alongside Adam Novak with the Roadrunner.
Talking about looking right, look at that, honestly. That Roadrunner is perfect.
Oh,
isn't
beautiful.
It? Yeah. So 10.98, as you mentioned. Well, Adam is long gone. What's it going to be, an 89? 91? 79. Oh, I didn't say that, did I?
2/10 under, my word, Adam Novak.
124 as well. Well, Naomi actually gets in to the 16th spot with a 15.65, but So can she still race even
Yeah.
though she hasn't run a
Oh, yeah,
99?
yeah.
Okay. That's just
Still
the
race.
minimum dialing.
Minimum dialing.
Fine, that makes sense. But you would have wheelie bars and stuff too, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Right, Chris Tyhurst, 12.52, the dial-in for the Chevelle, and Dan Sanderson with the Mustang, wants 13.75. Ooh, a little bit of lack of grip there for Chris. Backhand squirreling around. $12.98. 13.87 for Dan. Nice one. Number 7. Chris 17. Right, let's see what Gary does dial in then with the Williams Brothers Racing Chevelle. $9.03. Wow. Richard Granger, 11.60. This is the first time that the Williams Brothers have had 6 cars in competition in the same class.
Right. And how many have broken out so far? We haven't seen.
Nick broke out, Dan broke out, Spencer broke out, Ollie broke out. It's just Gary.
Is
and
Gary
Guy
going to run
come.
an 8?
No, the front wheels didn't come up. It flat launched, so maybe he'll be on the right side with the 9.1, 9.2, 9.27. And the 12.01. So Gary Carr goes 14, Richard goes 18.
So Mick Sharp down there in the Autoglym lane from down on the south coast with the Detroit Hustle.
Andy Bossenworth with the Spirit 66 Dodge. Dials in at 10.38.
Well, he looked like Mick Sharp's got problems, but he's sticking with him. 10.64 at 124 and a 10.33. Guess what? Andy Bosworth breaks out. Mick Sharp's in at 20.
Right, let's have a look.
20.
We've had 37 cars so far. 15 of them are broken out.
From everything I've just seen, I thought it'd be more than that, actually.
Yeah. Well, you never know. These two might do it as well. Phil Hobson with old Scatterballs, the Coronet, and James Sweeney with the Shake and Bake Satellite. Let's see what the Swats speed shop have got for us. 12 flat and 10.55. James is going to get to the stripe first. That 10.55 target is missed by 500s. 10.50 breakout. But how about Phil Hobson? 12.01 on a 12 flat into number 3.
Nicely done.
Glenda Thompson, 14.21 dial in the Autoglym lane. That is an absolutely gorgeous looking car. It's the sort of thing that if I didn't have what I got at home, that would be my choice. The sad thing about that, I think it's too long to fit into the garage.
What, your garage?
No, mine would. Camaro only just fits in mine. I don't think that would.
Move house.
I like my house.
Yeah, but, you know,
Yeah.
Charger.
Yeah, I know. Connor Hall with the Barracuda, a new driver to the class. Excellent, excellent, excellent to have new cars and driver combinations coming into the class. Darling in 13.57, Glenda Darling in 14.21. Connor goes 13.63 into number 5. Nicely done. And a 14.40. Glenda goes in at number 14. Well, we've just seen Glenda go through. Let's see how the other half of the Thompson family gets on. This is Kiwi. Of course, it's Stuart Thompson. Going alongside Glyn Boardman with old Scatterbolt. No more. Old Scatterbolt is his old car. This is a new one. This is a new addition to the stable. It's the old car, Oldsmobile. So 980 plays 995, and we get a 989 and a 1001. Kiwi goes 9, Glyn goes 6.
Am I wrong in thinking that Kiwi actually won the first Nostalgia Superstock at Dragstalgia?
Yes, he did. I believe so. It was either him or Lee, but I think you're right. I think it was Kiwi that did it.
Look at that car. So good to see Stu Doiney back. 1177 with the mint looking Nova down there.
Well, best of luck, Stu. They haven't run in 11 yet, so fingers crossed. They've got I think they had fueling issues at the SDP Summer Nationals last weekend. It was resolutely stuck in the 12s, but fingers crossed they've got it sussed. And Adrian Portelli, 1073 with the Charger.
And 12.16.
It's getting quicker for Stu, which is excellent news. It's getting quicker. Good afternoon, Sir Bobby, and of course Tim Lane. Welcome back, guys. Right, the last of the Williams Brothers cars to take a shot in qualifying today, going alongside Shelby Watts. I reckon she's loving life in that car. The Darlings, Shelby, 11 flat. Guy King, 10.14. Wow, that is a great launch for Guy. That car doesn't normally squat that low, but that's hooked up and gone.
Well, after a day of great runs for Shelby Watts, that's not one of them.
10.18 for Guy. Nice one.
That'll work. We've got to wait till Shelby gets there, though. Number 4 for Guy King, or Guy King as that said. Did you notice?
Geeking.
Guy King. Right, they spelt it wrong. I'm not being rude. So Duncan Watts, the man behind the Watts shop. Whole fleet of race cars. 950 is the dial for the big Challenger. Going up against Phil Stillwell.
So Phil looking for a 13, Duncan looking for a 950. Whoa, a little bit towards the centre, very close to the centre line for Duncan Watts. He's hugging it, but he's keeping away from it.
And he goes.
74.
Just need to do a quick track check. So we got Dave Zincock on a buy run. I think he's going to be the last car to go in Nostalgia Superstock, looking for 10.24.
Right. Just a very quick one. Can we have a shout out, please, for the little Opus? A Crossflow Ford clutch slave cylinder rubber, 3/4 inches. For Aidan, the Opus man running in Invitational. Fingers crossed they can get hold of that. That's a bit of an unusual part. A Ford Crossflow clutch slave cylinder rubber, 3/4 inches. Wow.
10.25, Dave Simcock goes to number 2 with the last one of the class.
Really?
Yeah. He did.
Oh, that's 50 of them.
Still a few missing. We're on to Nostalgia Stockers. Or old school Stockers if you prefer.
25 minutes to run 50 cars. How about that? Incredible.
So it's a pair every 30 seconds then, yeah? Oh, of course it's not. It's a pair every minute.
Yeah, pair a minute. That was brilliant. Right, as you say, the old school Stockers, Richard Peachy and Andy Lampert, the first pair. Don't forget, we got some of the cars that won't be racing today because they can only race tomorrow and Sunday.
Okay.
So hence that's why we're
missing a few. We've still got 50.
Yeah. Oh, it's staggering.
Nice looking run from Andy Lampert. 9:28, 139. And 9:45 at 1:43 for Rich Peachy. So Claire Rule in the Kestrel lane taking on Chris Spry.
Well, let's not forget Claire's been in the mid-8 already today.
Supercharged Outlaws coming just after these. Nice looking run for Claire. Straight and strong with not a hint of wiggle.
No, that's beautiful.
That's really good. It's an 8:53, 148, and a 10:43 at 1:21 for Chris Spry. I just noticed, I'm going to say it in a second when we have a bit of silence. So Alan Davis t-shirt says, bikers don't go grey, they go chrome.
Interesting seeing John Morton down on the line there. Of course, he used to ride bikes back in the day, didn't
he? Yes, for a long while. Pretty much these.
Yeah,
Kev
exactly,
Melling down there. In the Autoglim lane, Kev. Now, looks like Rod has got problems. And they had to fire him up again?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, there we go. That was quick.
Well, Kev Melling's been in the 9.3s earlier on today. He's there again, 9.30. Well, apologies for that, folks. We had a bit of a power outage up in the tower.
And it was very much a case of
trying to find where it was
going
coming
through
from.
everything, trying to find what it was. So back down onto the start line. It's Dean Stevens ready to go on the H2. He's down. Sorry, just the way it goes sometimes, isn't it? You wait for ages and ages and then go, oh, never mind.
Yeah, sorry, power. And it's one of those things because obviously it takes out the PA and the timing system. We can't let you know. So,
yeah. So if
we're
we
a bit
go
paralysed.
quiet,
Yeah.
so for the rest of the weekend, if we go quiet, you know what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the, yeah, but not on the PA though, can you? Okay, so Dean Stevens for the third time of asking now, I think.
So well done, Dean. Goes through with a 1091.
At 4 miles an hour.
We don't think that's right somehow. All right, supercharged Outlaws.
Yeah, good vibration, supercharged Outlaws. Coming at you with the first qualifying session. Big thanks as always to Good Vibrations for supporting Supercharged Outlaws in the UK. It's as difficult as ever, or more difficult than ever I should say, to get hold of parts and pieces. And Jim Mayer, top bloke out there in the US, supplies a lot of the teams with all the bits they need to keep going. So we have the new boy against... I'm not going to say what I was going to say, because he clipped me around the ear the last time. I called him a period correct driver. In Merriweather, down there with Banzai from the Isle of Man in the Kestrel Lane. Been doing some no-prep racing up at Melbourne a couple of times this year. Good to see him back here at Sandspot, taking on Jim Tucker, new to the class with the Hellfire Hemi. More like it for the launch for Jim Tucker. Looks like Ian Merriweather's gone past, but he's not far away. 8.04 for Ian at 173. Jim Tucker much more like it with the 9.06 at 148.
Well, we knew they're tuned in at Fats Towers, but a very, very special good afternoon stroke evening to Andy and Hayley Hadfield. It seems rather odd that we're calling Supercharged Outlaws and you're not here. But the amount of love that we're sending you is increasing hour by hour, minute by minute, second by second, and we really do wish you all the best.
This is a class that has benefited from their input.
Oh,
their
goodness gracious me, yes.
Their, what's the other word I'm looking for?
Passion.
Yep, and what's the other
Sheer
word?
doggedness.
Diplomacy as well.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Diplomacy as well over the years. Well done to everybody on the Merriweather team. So good to see you back. Looking better than ever as well, honestly. It's the shirts. Got to be. So, yeah, anyway, to the Hadfields. Unfortunately for... that's the second time it's happened. Gary Parks for Purple Days fired the car up first. It moved forward and died. They fired it up again. It moved forward and died. Unfortunately.
It's bizarre because he had a lovely 10.5 run, 7.5 run earlier today. Thought it was sorted. He's waving to us. Ah, good old Jim.
Jim Tucker. Usher, not Tucker. Another one we got to say a big hi to. I do hope he is looking in. That is Tush, who is Jim's dad. Rest up, get well soon, sir. It would be good to see you back here as soon as we can. So that's your lad out there. Jimmy in the Hemi Hunter. Last seen 3 years ago, I think, reaching for the sky.
Oh, yeah, yes, I remember that. Well, I do now you said it. I must admit it had slipped the memory banks.
Yeah, bent the car, unfortunately, when he came down. You can now see a wheelie bar and a nice straight chassis, thanks to Roy Wilding, who's down there on the start line watching, actually. So Roy's not going to make this session, by the look of it. Well, the good news is Gary Parks is now moving. Might be slightly too late to go up against Jimmy.
Oh, you'll still get a running.
Jim's driven a few things. He's been around drag racing a long, long while. He's been part of fire crew over at Avon Park. And has also driven a fuel altered too.
Yeah, it was the mob he drove, wasn't it?
Was indeed, yeah, you got it. So this is their first run in a while, and he takes it all the way through. Shootout just before the finish line to an 8:02 at 1:64. They should be very, very happy with that indeed. Yeah. Absolutely, no problem whatsoever. Nicely done, Jim. So Gary Parks, I think, was supposed to be in the other lane. Didn't make it round, so he's going to be taking a bye run. So we've got Supercharged Outlaws and then
Outlaw Anglia.
Outlaw Anglia. I want to say Outlaw Anglia every time now.
We are missing, unfortunately, Mick Taylor this weekend has got engine damage and not competing, but that's not the case with Mick's involvement with the meeting. He's still here, he's still got work to do, and you'll see why soon. Assuming the car makes it round for Q1, of course.
That is a good point. So Gary, earlier on today, like you said, Carl, went 7.5. Stonking run all over the place, but he nailed it through from one end to the other. Trying to set the record for how many flags he can have on the back of the roll cage as well. Doing quite well, I think, at about 4, maybe 6.
That's looking good.
That's looking terrific for Gary Parks. Well done, sir. 7.47, 171 miles an hour. Twin shoots through the finish line. Nicely done. That is stout.
Yeah. So Keith Freeman and Steve Wright up next. And this looks like the last pair. Unless, oh no, Des Taylor has just come. So they're just pushing forward. Yeah, so they've got the far lanes at the moment. That's right, Andy Park should be down there as well, in actual fact.
Yeah,
can't see him yet. He's got to appear, though.
There's a few more. We've got Simon Boot as well, definitely. Yeah. Well, we've seen him today. Whether he'll run in this session or not, we don't know at the moment. But anyway, we shall see. So, Keith Freeman with El Loco, with his biggest fan, Martin the Duck Hill, cheering him on through the burnout. And jumping up and down as well, which was quite ingenious. Steve Wright with the AMC Pacer, called Fugly. Fugly the Pacer. I need to ask as well, I don't know if you've noticed, but the blower and the valve covers all look rusty as well. Now, I think that is an added touch, shall we say.
Yeah.
Yeah, for effect. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't run a rusty blower and rusty valve covers. He's also pointing left. That was a pretty good race till the AMC quit, and it's going to be Keith Freeman going 9.61 at 1:43. They appear to be happy with that. Steve Wright cruises through with the 13-second pass. But it is the first time he's run in a long while. I think this could be the last of our supercharged hours, actually. Des Taylor back in the hot seat of the Thunder God. So we've seen the car out a few times today. However, it was driven by a different chap to the one in there at the moment. Driven by car owner, tuner Duncan Beard, who's back down there in shorts, back in Desert. Des Taylor has been in drag racing his whole working life, pretty much. Back in the 80s, he ran in super gas. He's had a number of different cars over the years. Now now is a hired gun, if you like. Driving Duncan Beard's supercharged Altered.
So yeah, we've got quite a few more cars to come in Supercharged Outlaws. Hopefully they will make it tomorrow. Obviously Roy Welding, he's here, but the car's not. Ian Kerr, we haven't seen yet. Andy Park, Leo Knight, Paul Watson, Luke Watts, Mike Couch.
They're here. They're all here. Yeah.
Aaron Windridge, Simon Boot. So yeah, there's a few.
So Des Taylor has been down into the 7s before with his car. Well, a couple of double steps on the line. Runs about what Duncan did, actually. Duncan will be going back giving him driving tips now after that. Yeah. 8:53 at 1:64. Congratulations to all the Supercars Outlaws who made that session. We'll see you again in the morning.
Right, last class of the day then is Outlaw Anglia. Spencer Tidswell, the Battle Axe Warrior. The door firmly closed on the back of the car this time, going alongside Gary Hill with Hoppin' Poppin'. It's a heads-up class. Whoever's the quickest will be number one.
Excuse me.
Gary Hill to the strike first with a 9.69. And Spence with a 10.09. All right, next up then, Ben Montgomery going alongside Ronnie Mercer.
So as I'm sure Cole said, this is the last class of the day, and there's still about 28 of them, I think.
Now then, I was going to say, I'm looking for the nitrous purge from Ronnie as it's heads up, so he needs to go as quick as he can. Has been in the 8s with gas, this car.
Also, a very big hello, if he's tuned in, if he's still awake actually at this time of day, to John Willard over there in Australia.
Oh, he'll be wide awake.
He'll be watching it, you reckon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He never misses it.
Sorry?
He never misses it.
Great run for Ronnie. Runs about 880 or so. 9 flat, 145 that time. And 12.79 for Ben Montgomery. Yeah, the format of Dragstalgia, if it all works out okay, first round losers in racing.
Yeah, they're not this time. There's just not enough time to do a bracket for them. It's a great chance. It's huge because the volume of cars here this weekend.
So how good is it to see the living and racing legend that is Al O'Connor out there in the Auto Glim Lane with Al's Gasser taking on Ian Tweddle with the anxious Ian Anglia over there in... Did I get Tweddle wrong? It's alright, I thought someone was correct down there was correcting my pronunciation. Al goes 10.07 at 120 and a 10.48 at 126. Oh, anxious in.
Barry Woodford and Luke Hoskins. Barry Woodford was the finalist last weekend. Brilliant weekend for him. So going alongside Luke Hoskins. Now, I don't expect to see all of the Outlaw Anglias down in this session, but should see most of them.
Well, we've got Simon Barlow over there as well. Looking to be the newest member of the 6 Second Club.
Well, unfortunately, Barry didn't move forward there.
Yeah, Luke did. Nice run. 9:48, 139 miles an hour.
Good enough for number 2 for the time being.
Definitely a class of cars that was never supposed to do what, well, they're doing now, is it?
That's an interesting 60 foot.
22 seconds.
And unfortunately got timed out before he got to the stripe. Okay, next up then, Wayne Power. In the Auto Glim Lane going against Barnaby Levy, the Barnstormer, in the Castrol Lane.
Yeah, it's a hell of a journey for Barn to get over here from Ireland.
It is.
And this car is very, very quick when it all holds together the way it's supposed to. However, it does have a wobble or two from now and then. Does like getting a little bit crossed up. Very, very much looks the part though. I'll give you one guess as to what that noise is in the background. Look at that from Barnaby Levy. That looks pretty much straight as off the trailer as well to a 920.
Wow.
Oh, 141. Wayne Power goes 1051 at 124. But terrific run for Barnaby Levy. So, Simon Barlow with the Beast, otherwise known as the Orange Pop, down there in the Auto Glim Lane. There is so much untapped potential in this car. Runs a supercharged big block Chevy, has run as quick as 7.0. It was really between him and Colin Miller and the man who did it, Jeff Guy, who was going to be the first in the 6s.
Well, there is another first that they're after now, and that is the 200 mile an hour club. Colin Miller has gone 196, Jed's gone 193. I know Simon's been north for 190. Happy once the loud pedal was mashed.
Well, on the 2-step, no problem. Let the button off, no problem. But then barely any time into the launch whatsoever, and it appeared that the engine was cutting in and out.
Yeah.
Can only really be ignition related, I guess.
So, 1754, not representative of what the car can run. But how about Paul Watson returning to the quarter mile once again with Grumpy's Toy number 2, his Street Legal Anglia. Really, really good to see that car here. Going alongside Andy Cunningham with Agent Orange. Well, going to let Andy go on his own.
So Andy cruises through with 12.09, 117 miles an hour. So, yeah, Paul Watson is over here in the Autoglym lane. I can only think that there is a bit of clean-up that's needed in the Kestrel lane.
Right.
Hence, we're down to one lane only at the moment because it would take too much time to clear everything up just to run 2 lanes again. So, with about 6 cars left, it's much easier just to run them through one lane.
So Paul Watson approaching the stripe. It's 12.90 at 109. Did roll the beans very, very slightly. So he'll be quicker next time round.
So Martin Payne with the Great Barbarian underneath the tower. Immaculately turned out car. It's also unusual in any form of door slammer racing to see the injectors poking out the hood as well.
Yeah.
Isn't it? So low ET at the moment is a 9 flat from, I can see his face, Ronnie Mercer. That may be in trouble in the next few races. Nice looking run for Mr. Payne. 9.31, 138. Paul Henshaw up next with the gas attack now. We didn't see Paul for quite a while, and then he made a stunning return, didn't he?
Yes, and I think the number 1 spot's certainly under threat here as well.
Right down in the 7.3s, I think it was, something like that. Yeah, vents the nitrous, so it will be a full ball run for Paul Henshaw. 605 cubic inch engine in there now as well. That won't be a 7.3. It's like more like a cruise, doesn't it?
Yeah.
866 at 157. Even though he vented the nitrous, never really picked up and went. So Ben Rushford, who has been out here a few times today. A couple of wayward runs. So I've been on the family run EDA up there in Yorkshire. Responsible for throwing out a lot of engine bits for everybody. Ben goes 861 at 157, your new number 1 qualifier for the moment. couple more cars to go after this. We've got Ginner returning.
Yeah, he wants to put on a show.
And right behind him is the one, the only, Colin Miller.
Yeah, we got it
Rob
now.
Nixon, sorry, beg
We
your
thought
pardon,
it
yeah.
was, but we were just having to double check. But now we got the correct number in the system. Rob Nixon.
Launches like an Anglia. And runs through with a 974, 139. Nicely done. Spot for now. I think with 2 more cars to go, the number 1 spot should be under threat very shortly.
Yep.
By either Ginner out there with the van or Colin Miller, who won't be far away. Ginner takes the number 1 spot for now, 159 miles an hour. Now, if all goes to plan, this run may well be at least a second and a half quicker than the number 1 spot at the moment.
Well, we believe it's the last car of the day, actually.
It is indeed.
Nothing else in the lanes?
The very last one. We do obviously have a bit of clean-up to do in the Kestrel lane, but obviously so close to the end of the day's qualifying, with only a few cars to go, it doesn't make any sense to stop racing. Oh, goodness me. That Santa Pod track crew never stop, do they? Look,
no.
They're getting out the scraping bars. That doesn't mean he's having 5 kits of nitrous. Have you seen he's put LEDs on there for the night show in Hockenheim as well?
Yeah.
Proper
Forever the
shame,
showman. He really is. Colin Miller, the Flying Fifer. Speed record holder for Outdoor Anglia, 196. But what's he got for us this evening here?
Do you think he's been no nitrous run?
106 to 60.
Well
Pedal to the
held.
metal. Yes, he's in
done
the
it!
sixes!
And a new speed record as well, 194 miles an hour for Colin Miller. Was that worth waiting for, or what? 6.98 with a 5, 194. 106 to 60, 447, 157 to the 8. That was still with a bit of tyre shake, but wow, that's been a long time coming. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a standing ovation, please. They've only waited their entire lives to do that. Congratulations to Colin. Everybody in Outlaw Anglia, there are now 2 in the 6s. And that is a wrap for day 1.
What a way to wrap up the day. Congratulations to the Flying Fifer team. Colin, Lynn. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Well, I think he might be too hungover to make round 1 of qualifying tomorrow, but he flipping deserves it after all the effort and time, money, all the rest of it he's put in. He's been all over the world with that car as well. So go on as the team, go up to get him. Let them hear it. That was absolutely outstanding way to end the day. We've got bands going on. We've got all sorts of stuff this evening.
Oh, yeah.
Go on, Colin, you carry on.
Yeah, let's just sort of set the scene for this evening. You've got a live band in the Fuelers Bar this evening. You have got live stage music over in the Vintage Hub, which is over yonder. You know where that is. You've got the beer festival. There is so much going on this evening. The place will not go to sleep for quite a while yet. But Daryl, day one is done.
If you've not noticed, the crew aren't moving. They don't want to go and get him.
No.
They're just going to leave him in suspense, aren't they? Is that what you're going to do?
I think they know. I think he knows.
What a moment. Absolutely terrific end to the day. And also as well, hats off to the Santa Pod Raceway crew. I think that was the quickest run of the day, wasn't it as well?
Yeah, it was.
It was indeed the quickest run of the day. But again, hats off to the Santa Pod crew. They're going to be staying down there on the start line while everybody goes off, has a barbecue and enjoys themselves. They're still working. They are going to be scraping the start line to make sure it is in perfect condition for tomorrow morning. We love all of you. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us on the Friday at Dragstalgia. Hope it was all worth it, and we'll see you again in the morning.
Thanks, folks. Nitro FM, the airwaves are yours.